5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And it's live.
This is Leicester Till I Die TV. Watch and subscribe on YouTube and listen on your podcast platform.
Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, good night, good day, goodbye. Hello, wherever you are in the world. Yeah, you're going to get one of those, aren't you? How are we diddling, everybody? LTIDDV, Watchalong. It's the Milan derby, and welcome along, my co-host Tom. Good evening, Tom.
Hey, good to see you, Chris. Feels like we've been apart for a very, very long time, my friend. So good to see everyone in the chat as well, and welcome back, everyone.
Good. I'm just going to... Well, let me say, this is the Milan derby.
It is indeed, yeah. This is what we're going to coin it from now on, no doubt.
Yes, yeah. Talk to me about the Milan, Milan at Leicester, from what you remember.
Oh, I remember the time he came into the football club, mate, honestly. To think, we'd had a few troublesome years there where we bailed ourselves out with 20 minutes to go from a consortium of many Leicester fans, including Gary Lineker himself, obviously. The club really wasn't moving right at the time. It was still really struggling. We were looking at, big financial problems as well still that we couldn't quite get back up to speed. And, Milan came along and saved us, in a similar way to obviously how he came in and took over Portsmouth at a certain time as well. So a big part in Leicester's history. While he was here, obviously, we went through a few managers. He was the first one to touch base with Nigel Pearson, if I'm not mistaken, as well. Yes. So introduced us to the man who entered on to becoming a messiah for us and leading our team into the next era of Leicester City as well. And obviously finding the Thai ownership at the end there with the King Power Group. So very sad that Milan's obviously gone, unfortunately. Big part of Leicester's history without a shadow of a doubt, Chris.
It was, like I say, it wasn't everybody's cup of tea.
No,
but I do remember everybody shouting, "Milan is a Leicester fan."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, you've got to remember where the club was at that time as well. I mean, he took on the personal accountability for the debt and all the rest of it. And, whatever people might think of him, I did speak to him once on the phone. A friend of mine knew him because he was a Serbian trialist at Leicester at one time and played for Reading and other clubs as well. And when he was out with me in Oxford having a few drinks, he called up Milan Mandaric on the phone, as you would do. And bless him,
you have the owner's telephone number. Yes,
absolutely. I'm not sure if that's what cost him his place at Leicester in the end of the day, Chris, or not, but I'm pretty sure he's a car salesman nowadays. But I spoke to him and he was very charming, speaking to a very drunk student from Oxford that night. So he seemed a very nice man to me anyway.
I met him at Accrington Stanley, of all places, when we were playing in the Caribou or the Fizzy Pop Cup, whatever it was called at the time. And it was Martin Allen, probably first and last game in charge of Leicester. And it was very friendly. He had time for everybody. Like I said before, he signed the shirt that I've got up on the wall. Look, he saved the club. I mean, finding the Thai owners, bit of luck really there, if I'm honest with you. But we are grateful for what he's done. So
yeah, in a sliding doors moment, Chris, if he hadn't come to the football club, I mean, we don't know what would have happened. It might have been even worse, right? I mean, At least let's be real. When we were back then and Milan took us over, did we ever imagine we'd win a Premier League a few years later?
No.
A decade or so later. I mean, no, exactly. That never would have happened without Milan taking on the club at that time, in my opinion.
Yes. Let's just go through say some hellos. George is in. Hi, George. Gray, welcome back, mate. How you doing? Kyle is on 7:45 kickoff on a Saturday. I think that's also got something called the Tigers playing at home today as well.
They did at 3:00.
Yeah, Ray's in. Gray, everybody's saying hello to everybody else. Dino, hi, Dino. Andreas, hello, mate. Nate is in, doing well in the prediction league, which we're not talking about because I've had another bad week. You guys dodged a bullet when you weren't taken over by Pinko Lineker. Well, he was never going to take us over. Yes, Steve Claridge. There's a lot of like teams that have been in both. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, a bit of crossover between the football clubs, really, isn't there, over the years, Chris? Yeah.
Wayne's in. Accrington Stanley says awful gamer, which of course is Brad. Tigers took on Bath in rugby must have been a washed game. I don't know what that means, but anyway. So yeah, rest in peace, Milan. Look, he was only ever in it for the money, but you know he saved Portsmouth, he saved us. At the time, he saved Sheffield Wednesday.
It gave us a bit of surprise, Chris, didn't it? Because we didn't really know that he had any health things going on. So it was a bit of a surprise as well, wasn't it, really?
Yes.
Yeah.
Brad, don't give up the day job, mate. That's all I'm saying. Don't give up the day job. But yeah, rest in peace, Milan. At the end of the day, he was a businessman. He bought the clubs for £1, but he took on all the debt along with that.
There was plenty of it as well.
Yes, indeed. Do you remember the film, just to sidetrack very quickly, then we're going to get Kate in. Do you remember the film The Damned United?
Oh, absolutely. Yes. Brilliant film. Brilliant book.
It was, yeah. 44 days Brian Clough was at Leeds, and I think Ange Postecoglou has just beaten that.
He has indeed.
Forest. 38 days, is it? Or something like that?
I think it was 40 days, just over a month, Chris. And to use another movie and another quote example for you, Jurassic Park, what did Ian Malcolm say in that? Just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. And they signed the Europa League winning, cup winning manager who doesn't play the style of football that was going to suit them. It was never going to end well. So what a mistake from their ownership.
Yes, I mean 39 days. I thought it was 38. I was close, but I wonder if there'll be a film about him. I mean, look, heading for the Champions League, just missing out on the Champions League, ending up in Europe. Are they in the Europa League thanks to Palace, but dropping down? They're now in the relegation zone. Oh, how the mighty have fallen.
It's like they've been reading our homework, Chris. It seems like exactly what happened to us at a certain point in our history as well. So, look, I wouldn't say I'm overly sad for them, obviously, because I kind of think you make your own mistakes. You've got to pay the price. And it was a terrible mistake. You never should have sacked Nuno, in my opinion. Yeah.
Do you know the shortest term of any manager in the Premier League?
Oh, in the Premier League. I knew that was Liam Rosinia down at Torquay was a day once.
Was it? Oh, right.
Yeah, I know that happened. Yeah, being down here, you know. No, I mean, Premier League, I'm going to say maybe 10 days.
No, it was 30, but do you know who the manager was?
I'm going to guess it'll be someone very peculiar, like Steve Keane or something.
You'd think so. Believe it or not, it was Leeds United again.
Oh, okay, right.
Leeds United in the Premier League era have actually got 2 in there. But of course, they've also got Brian Clough. In at number 3, Javier Garcia at Leeds United, which was 69 days. Took over partway through the season, dismissed after a short span. The shortest is 30 days at Leeds United, bought in with 4 games remaining, club relegated. A certain that well-known continental player, Samitio Aladici.
Oh, yes, of course. Yes. The one that's been linked with Manchester United jokingly at times recently.
Quite possibly. Look, I'm sorry, Tottenham. I mean, they didn't even last as long as Steve Cooper did at Leicester.
No, exactly. Terrible,
and it's a bit awkward because it's not his team.
No, exactly. And it's not the style of football as he's got to play his style of football, is it? That's what gets me about it. I mean, it's utter madness, isn't it? Surely if you're a chairman, you wouldn't just go, oh, he won a trophy, so he might win me a trophy in that competition. You go, will he fit the style of players we've got? Now the transfer window is closed and we've got PSR problems. Think of their PSR, Chris. They probably cost him 10 million quid to sack him.
Yeah. I mean, how they get away with it, I don't know. Brad got it right. If only you could ask your questions correctly, Brad.
I was going to say, that was a great show last night, guys. If you missed that, the lead into today's watch-along was the preview show where Brad had on the guy from the PO4 podcast from Portsmouth. And it was a great show because at the end of these shows, Brad does a quiz. And I was in the chat having a great time giggling to myself because it was like a pub quiz that got way out of hand. Glorious watching. Go give it a watch sometime and next week as well, all right?
It's brilliant when, the actual guest queries your questions that you're asking.
Exactly. And then Brad's like, oh, I might be wrong on this. So there was half points given out. Honestly, it's like something out of Phoenix Nights. It's well worth a watch for comedy value, but a superb show and a great preview as well.
Yeah, indeed. I tell you what, Brad, carrot in a box, you'd probably lose that as well.
His game of bluff wasn't very good last night.
No. Right, here we go. Let's see. The team's going across the bottom. A rabbit has been pulled out of the hat. Let's see what Kate's got to say about it.
Hi guys. So Sexy Julian is starting tonight, which brings me much joy, as you probably know. Good to see it really, because he's only on loan, so we need to make as much of him as possible at the moment. Obviously the same back four, which I kind of expected. We spoke about that yesterday on yesterday's show. And Winks and JJ are key to everything that we do going forwards really. So hopefully we can get a win. I'm still going 2-1 Leicester. Okay, bye.
Short and sweet, which of course is how you would describe Kate. Here is the team by the magic of my fingers, if you pardon the expression. So we've got Stolarczyk in goal. Always going to be the back four. I think we'll see a different back four on Tuesday because, of course, we're playing Hull midweek. And if everybody's watching, by the way, for the Prediction League, midnight Monday will be the deadline to get the Super Six in when I decide what the Super Six is going to be. But yeah, you've got Ricardo. He won't play on Tuesday as well, I don't think, or unless it takes him off maybe after 60, might play him for the same. We need to have him in there for Millwall. That's the thing for me.
Yeah.
Saturday. James and Winks, who I think are just making themselves the main two in that formation. I mean, Leicester have got it as a 4-3-3. It isn't. I think it's still a 4-2-3-1. Mavididi obviously hasn't passed the fitness test, which is a shame. But then again, look, when you've got a backup like Monga, JR's in. Hi, JR, how you doing? That's his email address, starts JR, by the way. So
that's a copyright thing going up for you humming that theme tune.
I think you get away with humming it. I think you do. Welcome along, mate. So obviously he's not even made the bench. We're not rushing him back, which is the good thing. When you've got a Monga to come on, though, you're kind of thinking, well, all right, Mavididi, take your time.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Well, it's interesting. If I quickly take it back to Ricardo here, mate, a minute, because like you say, when you got Monga, Mavididi, he's got a thigh strain or something, muscle. So there's no point risking him at this time. But go back to Ricardo. I said this last week. The interesting thing about it is, our only other option is Hamza on the bench, right? I do wonder if we've got to start giving Aluko a bench place because we had this problem with where it's a different style of play to put Hamza in there, who's more of a defensive right back, rather than Ricardo, who's a right wing back or someone who can go forward, right? I think with Aluko, he can be the like for like replacement in that role for Ricardo. So I think that's something we probably need to consider, because otherwise, if we do get that injury to Ricardo, it's also going to affect how we play again, isn't it, as well?
Yes. Drew says, is this the day Carranza opens his account? Hopefully. Can I just say that I'm kind of fucked already, because I've gone 3-1 to Leicester with Daka to get a goal. So hopefully Daka will come on at some point, because I thought he'd start Daka again. And
Me
so
too.
did Kate she's got a little bit of a crush, I think, on Carranza. She's been putting him in the team for the last 3 weeks.
Argentinian man who can do the salsa, probably, mate. Who wouldn't?
Well, exactly. Get your salsas out for the ladies, eh? But yeah, no, you're looking at that, and he's got to be given the chance, hasn't he, at some point? No, Wayne, I know. Stranger things have happened. We'll come back to him at the end of the game. That'll bite me on the bum. But yeah, he's got to be given a chance. He's had 2 weeks. He's not been away, I don't think, on the international side. And yeah, I hope he does well. I think, he's had a couple of games to try and adapt. Or do you think it's maybe a little bit too soon?
Well, for me, it's a tactical thing that I'm interested in about this, because I kind of think if you play Carranza, it does slightly shift the how Monga and Fatawu play. But Monga is less likely to drive inside in aversion to Mavididi, isn't he? Monga's more likely to drag and create some space and maybe get a ball across, which I think suits Carranza's profile as well. So I was surprised. I thought Daka had a good go of it last time out. I thought he linked up really well, looked very dangerous, was very physical, surprisingly, as well. And especially the way we want to play, Chris, where it's obviously quick transitions, as Marty says, towards the top end of the pitch, and adding JJ in the middle, and obviously Ramsey, I think, is going to be an upgrade on Decordova-Reid in that position as well. I think that is going to be really crucial. So I'm intrigued to see how it plays out today. Maybe it allows us to play long balls in as well as also having the option of playing the quick transition, which, if we got up to speed and got the players going forward, I felt in the end Daka might have come good with it,
Yeah. Aaron Ramsey's there. I think, again, we're paying to loan him. Let's use him. I am a little bit worried, and I said this a couple of weeks ago about the youngsters. Yes, we've got Monga there, but apart from Monga, there's not one academy player in the starting 11. Well, Luke Thomas, but he's been around a bit. We've only got S. Thomas, I can't think of his first name now. Silko Thomas on the bench. Now, I just think, and maybe we were thinking we might have to sell more than we have, and I don't think we took into account that some of those players that are there, Faze, Vestergaard, Winks, were suddenly going to be, 100 times better than they were last season. But I just want to, and it is a long season, but I want to see some of the youngsters at least on the bench. I mean, Okoli's on the bench. Again, he's not a particular, he's not a academy player. Are you surprised we're not seeing more academy players?
Well, yes and no, which is not a very good answer in some ways. It's a bit on the fence.
That's a Wayne answer, that is.
It is, but I'll explain it, mate. My point is that I do think in January there's going to be a little bit of a rebuild going on from the academy coming up. So it does make me think of perhaps there's been a set program for these players to follow in the reserves, just to get them ready for January, because I do believe we will lose some players still. I still think we're going to have to sell for PSR, right? I still think we're probably, the rumours of Sumare maybe and Roma for 10 million quid. I mean, right now he's out of contract in the summer. 10 million quid sounds a good bit of business to me.
You take anything, and he's a very high wage earner as well.
Exactly, yeah. So it wouldn't surprise me if when Sumare was out of that equation, Page then comes onto the bench, right? But then in the meantime, we're preparing him for that behind the scenes, giving him the regular minutes and getting him used to the system with the other lads, which we know Andy King did very well in the pre-season, right? Especially with the youngsters.
Page he started the first game, Page.
He did, yeah, he did. But I think against Charlton, he had a bit of a wobble, didn't he? Nelson had a bit of a wobble as well. But then, let's be frank. I mean, we shouldn't be judging these guys on one game of football, should we? Because we're very much forgetting the other games they've played quite well in, right? But I do think, if we can use this opportunity to balance the two out, I think, seeing Silko Thomas is encouraging, because I think there was a little bit of something there that excited me. If it's going to translate into a championship quality player in the same way Will Alves didn't quite get there, don't really know, but that's a good step forward. So I think it is coming, Chris. I think we need to be a little bit patient, because I think we do kind of need to put some guys in the window a bit as well. And Marty seems to be getting enough out of them to make them, look like worthwhile investments for clubs in January.
Without Faze, Vestergaard, Winks, you can't moan at any of them with their performances this season. Decordova-Reid on the bench. I mean, he did all right when he restarted a few games ago. Didn't do so well in the follow-up game, which I think was Wrexham. But of course, he's flown back from Jamaica. And as I said the other day, I'm sure these guys aren't flying premium economy. I'm sure they're going at least business, if not first class. And when I flew back from Australia, he said, bum dropping at the hint again. I came back business class, and I had a bloody good night's sleep because I'm laid flat.
Yeah.
I've got pillows. I've got so. And I don't get this. Well, they're tired. Folly folk. Sorry, they're not. The time difference is minimal. You sleep longer than that, and like I say, they're coming back either first or business. So it's a lap of luxury. But I think with maybe the addition of Mavadidi at the starting lineup, I think that is our. I think that's our best strongest lineup.
I think it is, yeah. But I think, like I say, January is going to be fascinating because he might have to build a second team because there is rumours about Wout Faes as well, isn't there, Chris? As you know, and you think, and Christensen's disappeared now, so Christensen's probably on that cusp as well, potentially as well, right? I don't know what's going on particularly there, unless he's hurt again. But Marty, to be fair to him, and this is what people need to remember, I know there was a bit of stagnation at certain points, but he was still getting used to the players and all the rest of it. He's having to make the best of what was a very tricky situation. And where we are right now, if we win tonight, we'll go third. We'll be 3 points off the top. What else can you ask for really at this time, especially with the cards you're being dealt?
Look at that. I mean, we were third before the weekend's games, which as a result totally went against me. Middlesbrough, who played very well. I mean, that was a slow burner last night. Middlesbrough, which I was watching that, but last 15 minutes of the first half and the second half, it was like ping pong. You've got Southampton drawing. Birmingham, first time they've lost at home in 18 months. Charlton beating Sheffield Wednesday. My 4-0 Coventry Blackburn didn't come off, but it was 2.
Should have been 4.
Sheffield Wednesday. Sheffield United getting the second win under Jesus. And you look at that. So, like you say, if we win, we are back up to third. And Ipswich they've got a game in hand, obviously, but they're only just in the top half, and Southampton are nowhere to be seen. So, like I said before, if you'd have given me third after 9 games, I'd have bit your hand off. And if you said we were going to be the best out of the 3 that got relegated, I'd have told you that you were mad.
Yeah, 100%, mate. Yeah, I think you've got to look at the bigger picture. I mean, you look at the top of that division and you think, I don't think many of us, when you did our pre-season predictions, predicted that to be the top 4 or 5 right now. I think a lot of us had many different teams up there, like Birmingham's was shouted out, and Southampton are sleepwalking themselves into a bit of trouble here because they have lots of possession, but they don't seem to be able to score. And does that sound like Luton to anyone? And eventually it catches up with you. But unlike Nottingham Forest, they're probably not in a position to sack a manager this quick because of their obligations as well. So difficult situation for them. And I think for my predictions going forward, Chris, I'm going to buy an octopus. You remember the days where the World Cup.
The World Cup, the balls out. Holiday Octopus or whatever he was, whichever one he climbed over. And he got it right as well, in fairness.
Exactly, and I've barely got one right this weekend, so I'm going to get an octopus, guys, and film it for the channel.
Right. I'm happy with that. I think most of us have gone for a win today. What was your prediction, Tom?
I went for 4-0 Leicester today. I'm the man with the wackiest predictions in the prediction league.
Yeah, I've got you here, yes. Yeah. Well, I went 3-1, like I say. Josh, who does the predictions with me, Wayne loves his laugh. Good evening, Josh. He went 2-0. Kate's gone 2-1. Wayne went 3-1. So we're all in that kind of, But let's say Portsmouth. We can't take them lightly, can we?
No, we can't. And actually, if I'd had a look at their results, I probably should have shifted to a 2-0 win for Leicester as my maximum end because they don't concede a lot of goals, really. And they're very good at actually closing the game up. They match up in formation against us. And they generally, looking at their results so far, because they've got out of 9 games, 3 wins, 3 draws, thank you, Chris, and 3 losses, right? They generally seem to get the better results against more difficult opposition, against the clubs towards the top end of the table. Like they beat Preston, who obviously beat us, and then they've drawn with West Brom away, but they've lost to like Sheffield Wednesday. So they seem to raise their game at certain points, and they're definitely a very capable side, as Aaron's put in the chat there very well as well. A lot of players born in Portsmouth who want to play for Portsmouth, and a bit like us, they're kind of bringing the best out of this group of players.
Yes, yeah. We have got a couple of local lads in our team. Monga, Luke Thomas, Silko Thomas on the subs bench. There's one or two. When you look at that, and look, that win probability is my little Chinese maid AI. Has gone. Get down.
I thought you were going to see AI girlfriend, and I was like, Chris, you haven't turned into one of those people, have you?
No. I just think we're talking about somebody called XI.
Yes.
Player. And I said to Josh in one prediction show, I said, well, a lot of these come from AI. I said, and she's a lovely girl, and she helps me out all the time.
The Chinese are watching, Chris.
Well, exactly.
listening probably as well. Anyway,
more than likely, we love China. But yeah, 52% win probability, which I think is being a little bit unfair. We look at the team rating, 6.97. We're the highest of those that haven't got 7. They're 6.76, but they've kept one extra clean sheet than us. And look, only 9 goals conceded, which is only one more than us. But what they're not doing is banging them in at the other end because they've only scored 8.
Well, no, this is like the thing about the championship for me, isn't it? I think we've seen this quite as a common feature amongst the league this year, even going up to teams like Preston, Charlton. Very good, actually, with the ball at their feet, very good at playing different systems and causing problems. But the actual finishing of this league so far has been pretty subpar across the board. I think apart from Coventry, you'd argue, there's no one else particularly excelling when it comes to finishing. I bet you all the attacks are in and around that percentage, right? Including Middlesbrough. Who are second. So it's a very common thing.
Yeah, indeed. Right. Trying to think what I've got coming up. Nothing. So let's go back to the team. Have you seen the Portsmouth team? Normally you have a bit of homework on Port. Talk to me about Portsmouth.
Well, I'll read you the team, guys. I'll give you the team news. No worries. You go do what you got to do, mate. Yeah. So the team news for the Portsmouth today, guys, are going to match up against us with 4-2-3-1. Wayne, we'll do that for you, my friend. I'm sure you'll be giving plenty of us of it in the post-match as well, mate. Don't worry.
Yeah. He will. Carry on.
No worries, mate. So, Portsmouth are matching up and lining up 4-2-3-1 today. They do sometimes shift to a 4-4-2, guys, if they're behind or if they're trying to get something out of the game. So something to consider. They can change their shape. Their team today is Bursick in goal. The number one goalkeeper's injured at the moment, Smith. Williams, Knight centre-back, who's ex-Leicester Academy, obviously. Regan Paul, Ogilvy, I can't pronounce that correctly. Ogilvy, I'm sorry, I'll butcher these names, won't I? Pack and Dozell in the middle. They got Chaplin and they got Yan Min Hu on that one side, Swift in attacking mid, and Bishop up top. A lot of these players have played for Portsmouth for a long time as well now, so well settled in there, Chris. And dangerous team.
I think so. Talk to me more while I just finish something off.
Yeah, no worries there, bud. No worries. So, a bit more on Portsmouth. Obviously, the good news for us is Josh Murphy's out injured because Josh Murphy has really been their real danger man for them since he's come in. But
we were linked with, obviously, in the summer, weren't we?
We were, yeah. And I think his problem is, I think he's very talented. I think he could even be a Premier League player in some degree, but he seems to get injured a lot, unfortunately, for him. It's his second injury of the season so far. He's had one at the start of the season, and now this is number 2. So that's difficult. We'll get to that in a minute there, Gray, as well. That's a very good point. Me and Chris were going to bring that up. Callum Lang's also out as well, who's a big player for them, and Shaughnessy, who's also a very good centre-back for them, which obviously I picked up from Brad's show last night in the preview from, I think it was Andy, I believe his name was. I hope I'm getting it right. Goodness me. From the channel there. So, it's going to be interesting to see how it turns out. When it's a night game, Chris, I get a bit of a funny vibe about night or evening games because I kind of feel like they can go any way, but generally there's a bit of excitement there. I'm hoping tonight is going to be a night with my 4-0 prediction that we see Leicester just take that extra bit of quality in the finishing that we'd like to see, right? Which would be really good. So,
I've got to say, thank you, Sky. They are just showing Watford versus Leicester as a build-up. Thank you very, very much.
That's what we're here for, guys. Thank you for tuning in and hit that like button, all right?
Yeah, but I just think of all the games they could bloody show. It's that one. Hey, talking of Sky, I just want to mention this because, listen up, don't miss Leicester City take on Portsmouth this weekend. It is live on Sky in about 3 minutes, and you can watch it with Now TV. And after the 2-week international break, it's back to proper football as we welcome back the Championship with Leicester City taking on Portsmouth. City unbeaten in 7, and we've only lost 1 game this season. And you can catch all the action live on Sky Sports with the Now membership. So don't miss a moment. You can stream Sky Sports on Now with great flexibility, like Leicester City versus Portsmouth tonight. And as you can see there, you've got Premier League games as well. You've got basically with the Championship, everything but a 3 o'clock kickoff, and the German League as well. And search nowtv.com for full details of how to watch. And what we'd like you to do is watch that, listen to us. That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. Right. Oh dear. One day I'll actually be quite good at doing that.
You're beautiful, mate. You're beautiful. Gray raised a good point in the chat there. Of course, it's the first time this season we'll be turning up tonight with a sponsor on our shirts.
Yes, I mean, who'd have put the bet on that, eh?
I know. Hey, mate, there you go, straight in. Oh, brilliant. He's here all week, everyone. Make sure you check out the schedule of what other programming is coming up, because there's more jokes coming from that one.
I mean, I've got to say, I don't know why people are fuming. Really don't, because that's got us £30 million.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's an unpopular one because of who they are and what they are. I mean, but looking in the mirror, I mean, the good thing is none of us have really got to wear it on our shirts because we've already got the shirts, right?
Yeah.
And they haven't got it on. So we've kind of lucked out a bit there, guys, and we're getting the money. And let's be frank, football itself is not a game of much integrity nowadays at times, is it? I mean, I don't see why you can't have other sponsorships if you're going to have these sort of sponsors, but they are coming to an end, aren't they, in the near future, Chris?
They are.
Get the money.
The problem is with BC Game is obviously that they're not a UK registered company for...
Not regulated, yeah.
Regulated, that's the word. Thank you very much. And that was the problem with this one that we were going to have this season. And I have to be careful what I say now. But, maybe the person that arranged that might not be with us any longer. Yeah. But got to be honest with you, when you're thinking that a company that only started up a week before with about 20 website addresses is a bit even dodgier than BC Game. Look, BC Game had obviously paid us last time, so they've got the money. £30 million for a 31 game season, which is basically what it's going to be, obviously apart from cup games. Yeah, I'll take it every day. I don't care. You could put Durex on the front for me. For that 30 million, guys, when it comes to PSR, can you imagine us not having that big gap? In fairness, they've come in and taken us on. And look, it's the market at Leicester that they want. It's the Asian market that they're aiming at. And obviously we've got a very high Asian population in Leicester, therefore a lot of Asian supporters. We're a very multicultural city, and I would argue the better for it. But that's what they're doing. They're not looking for you or me in this country having a bet, So
exactly. When also you think about the PSR thing, Chris, that is the big thing about this. Look, we all want to be in a perfect world where we have like idealistic sponsorships and all the rest of it that make us feel a bit warm and fuzzy inside. But the vast reality is right now, beggars can't be choosers either. And unfortunately, we do need this money. And I tell you what, when I was looking at the figures, we know how bad my maths is, but we're looking at the PSR figures. I've got this bet with you. I don't think we're going to get a points deduction. I think things like this are going to help us cross the line in a good way.
What are you going to think? What are you going to remember? We will argue this until it's announced, won't we?
We'll argue this until we have a show where we're both drinking or something.
Yeah, and we all turn into Manny, allegedly. But look, I'm not saying that he argues, but look, no. All the summer's business where we've got £80 million worth of sales in and paid nothing out and got rid of some high earners is not the PSR bit that they're looking at. That's going to affect the next year.
Of course, that is true.
So what all we've got to hope is that they look at us and go, look, for that period, because remember it's a rolling 3 years, isn't it? you're still in the shit, but we can see you making an effort.
Well, this is what they call the financial plan, isn't it? This is why I think if we were going to get one, we'd have had one, because I think we must have presented a plan involving we're going to sell El Canoes, we're going to raise X amount of millions, which we've probably done. And then the rolling element, Chris, I agree, it's a 3-year rolling, but how does that even work? That sentence doesn't make any sense because that is a 3-year period. But if it's rolling, that means, actually, the next year then moves one up. So actually, it's always rolling. If you see what I mean,
it does always. Yeah. As far as I understand, it does always roll. The problem was, and again, I'm going to have to be very careful how I word this, because you know why. Is that had we got our accounts in on time?
Yeah.
Allegedly, I was told. So it's not me. So I'm just repeating what's been said. Which I know is still not the best thing to do, but I was told by Kieran Maguire, who's a good friend of the channel, and as you know, he's very he knows his stuff, and he was saying that because we didn't get them in time, whichever reason that we didn't get them in on time, and again that's speculation, but
we're not pointing fingers.
No, we're not. No, we're not. My finger is definitely up my arse at the moment. But they were in late, and that's what's delayed it, to be honest with you. I think it will come in November, which was when Everton and Forest got theirs.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Well, maybe. I mean, just to bail you out a bit here. I mean, like the ultimate thing is we don't really.
You're not bailing me out because I'm right.
No. Well, I know, yeah, but then also there was dates changed in the past, wasn't there, to help us out with PSR? And of course, you've got to think how things have been changed to come back, and all these things get like a very complicated situation. And I've talked about this with the Sheffield Wednesday situation this week. Wayne gave me a message and said my rant on Facebook about what's happening with Sheffield Wednesday was bang on, and I think it's appalling the fact that the football's being run this way, where we could be about to lose yet another club, and not just the EFL, the Premier League, UEFA and FIFA are learning nothing, and these clubs are getting in big trouble. And I think that's unacceptable now. I think they've got to do more.
Yeah. We've got the light show. I've got to say, I've noticed there's a couple of Pompey fans in here. So you're welcome along. We try not to diss the opposition other than the fact that you're the opposition. And I think, we've tried to be pretty fair with you. Like I said, not to take anything away from you, but we are going to obviously be bigging up Leicester. Look, I like Portsmouth. I've got nothing against Portsmouth. You are down the road from where I live, so who knows?
I remember the years like 2002 and 2003 quite well, where literally us and Portsmouth were on a very similar trajectory. It was us or them at the top two of the division in the relegation scrap together. We were kind of in the same bed at the time, and it was a fascinating time for us as a football club. And on tonight, Chris, well, we'll see how that drink ends up, mate. But no, the interesting thing is, like, all respect to Portsmouth, like I said, they've played incredibly well against teams you'd anticipate they might not, which gives me a reason to think tonight, look, if they get an early goal here, then it's going to put us in that position we have struggled with at times, where can we break down the team when we need to, when the pressure's on, right? And we had this against Wrexham, and then eventually we ended up dropping a couple of points, in my opinion. That Wrexham's always, Watchalong's always going to be like the Hangover credits from the film The Hangover, where we're developing pictures and it's all stuff we want to forget because we all had a bit of an angry hangover. But so credit to Portsmouth, and good luck for the rest of the season apart from today.
I mean, they had. Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, it was probably the worst TV game I've seen in years when they played Southampton in the South Coast Derby. But apart from that, I mean, they lost to Sheffield Wednesday. That was a surprise. Yeah, they went and not lost to Ipswich, but they drew against Watford. And look, they beat Middlesbrough last time out. Fair play to them. And I watched Middlesbrough last night, and again, that first 30-odd minutes, I'm thinking, it's like a game of chess, this. Nobody. Then suddenly, bam, it took off and was brilliant. Look, the teams are coming out, so I'm going to let you go.
No worries, mate. I'm just going to say, I think I've got a special guest in, so I think my Uncle Rube might be watching this from Leicester. So I want to say hello to my Uncle Rube. He's actually played on Filbert Street. He used to play for Leicester County as a boy.
Oh,
so a bit of a Leicester
say Uncle Rube. This isn't Rude Van Nistelrooy in another name.
No, Uncle Rube. So if you are watching, Rube, nice to see you watching. I hope you enjoyed your nephew chatting a lot of rubbish.
Uncle Rube, welcome along, mate. I'll see you at half time, sir.
Look forward to it.
We will have hopefully we'll be talking about a Leicester lead, but who knows? I'll see you in a bit, mate. Take care.
Cheers, mate. Thank you, guys.
Don't go away.
Who, me? Oh.
So here we go. Let me just line everything up. Oh, Josh Knight, Fleckney born lad, is in their team. So what do we think? I mean, guys, you've been getting your predictions in. Thank you very much. I've seen those going through. Do we think it's going to be a starting debut for Carranza with a few goals? I'm just going to load a video up that I need to. Of course, I think we're going to have a break for Milan, of course. I'm sure the fans of both teams will be very respectful for that, and we will respect it as well. '87, he was Milan. They were applauding rather than silence. Crowd are singing "There's only one Milan." There we go. There we go. We haven't got a big history against Portsmouth. I don't know, and I apologise to Gray if he's already said this. No spoilers. You do not give any scores out, any details about bookings or corners or penalties until you've heard me say it. We're all watching it and we've all got different times. Some of you may well have kicked off already. So you just remember that. No spoilers. If Gray sees you, he will actually, or Gray or Wayne or any of the mods that are in, they will kick you out. If I kick you out, it's permanent. So hopefully you won't see them. They'll see before I do. But yeah, any. Right, we are getting ready to kick off. And we're away. So, Leicester, all in blue, against Portsmouth, who are in their away kit of all in yellow. And there's a free kick off James, taking down one of the defenders. Yeah, the late kickoff was due to the fact that Leicester Tigers were in action today. And I know I've been to a game, ended up playing Chelsea on a Friday night because the Tigers were playing many years ago. That was at Filbert Street. But of course, I mean, I'm surprised the government haven't stood in and said, well, no, you've got to play it in the afternoon. I'm not criticising Starmer and the government, obviously, but long throw in here for Portsmouth on the near side. And it is a long throw up into the box. Booted away by Leicester. Winks to Monga. Back to Thomas. So again, the advantage that we had from breaking away has kind of dissipated a little bit. Oh, lovely ball over to Carranza. Oh, that was a lovely ball over the top there. And we've got to accept it probably is going to be a little bit... but yeah, as I've just explained, Kyle, it's because... there's a corner. First corner of the game to Leicester. And that's going to be a booking. Wow. Oh, they pulled him back, yeah. I didn't see that, but yeah, sorry, Ricardo. That's pretty stupid to do that. Yeah, I mean, normally I'd say because it's for telly and all that, but obviously for safety, I kind of get it. So, just inside their own half. Nice turn there by the Pompey player. And it's a long ball up. Well, it does. It's in a way, it's got all the way through to their winger on the right. Cuts it short. He'll get it back. Leicester players are back now. Chipped into the box. Oh, over everybody's head there, including Ricardo's. Will it go out? No, it's been kept in. And it's pumped back into the box as well. Oh. So at the moment, Portsmouth putting on a little bit of pressure. And it's another free kick. The ref is a little bit whistle happy here. So free kick to just probably about 25 yards out from the halfway line, from the goal line on the far side. Then number 8, Swift, is going to take it. They're the all yellow shirt with a bit of black trim on it. Almost fluorescent. Into the box! All the way through, and it's a goal kick. Oh, it's offside, actually. Offside. It's a free kick to Leicester. I remember doing that when we were in the Champions League, getting back to Poole at about 2 a.m. in the morning. But you do it for your club. Galarchik with a long kick this time. I remember. Do you remember when we were playing Leicester? Leicester were playing Portsmouth. We both went up, and Portsmouth went up top, and we went up second. "10-0 we beat Portsmouth, our record win. Do go back to the 1920s, though, they've just said. Leicester coming forward with James. Oh, that was unlucky. See what he tried to do there, but it was just cut out before it got to Carranza. James. Fatawu going down to the line and gets another corner. I was talking on their channel, on Po4, the Portsmouth fan channel. Lovely guy, Andy. And I was saying, don't let Fatawu get on the, right side, or cut inside onto his left foot. And apparently he said they've got very good defenders at stopping them doing that. So I bet you do, Gray. You were there, weren't you? So, that's a bit of a strange corner there from James. We're trying something different. No, I get what you're saying, Richard. I mean, we should be beating teams like Wrexham, but you got to think, and I still go back to this. This is the bulk of the players that seven probably probably about 75% of the team was what Rude had, and how shit were they under Rude? So anything's an improvement on that. Let's be honest, and. Last season, let's be honest with you, four draws in a row, we would have taken that last season. Now it's Portsmouth. They got the ball coming forward, out to their far side on the right. There's an overlap going on, but he's bringing it inside. Leicester got the defenders back in numbers now. The Pompey still have the ball down that right-hand side. Chipped it into the box. No, it's not. It's got a deflection and it comes out to this left-hand side and he can't keep it in, the Portsmouth player. So it's a throw into Leicester, which Ricardo picks the ball up, takes very quickly to Fatawu. Finds James. Oh, that was an obvious push in the back from a gentleman called Paul. P-O-O-L-E. Maybe question whether that should have been a yellow card or not. And Jeff, how you doing, mate? Welcome along. What time is it over there in the Philippines? Oh, a ball over the top was too far and goes straight into their goalkeeper's hand. So we're 9 minutes into the game, and the ball goes all the way through to Stolarczyk, who just taps it forward to Vestergaard. Vestergaard's walking it forward now. Oh, the lovely ball through the centre of the midfield. It's Mongo on the far side. Oh, plays it across. Can he get the ball in? He can. I think that was Carranza who got the ball off Monga and tried to put it in, but it was kicked away. So it's back to James. He's doing the corners on both sides. His left hand is up. It's on the far side, the corner. into the box, but I'm sure then it was just easy for the goalkeeper there. I was watching the game last night, Middlesbrough Ipswich, and I haven't seen it yet, but we were given a corner, Middlesbrough, because the Ipswich goalkeeper, I think it was that way round, held on to the ball, or was it the other way round? Well, obviously it was one of the ways round, held on to the ball longer than the 20-second rule. Oh, Graham, do give my best to your son. If you see, or obviously you will see him while you're over. Welcome to the sunny UK. Give my best to your son and just go whatever it's called, posty woggy doggy woggy dubby doodah, whatever it's called, and just say ha ha. Just say ha 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 ha. Nottingham Forest, where are they? Bottom three. Postaloglu. I've never been able to say that name. So it's a throw into Leicester, almost level with the penalty box. Ricardo with it. Throws it to James. James comes inside. Ramsey. Out to Fatawu. He does his left side. Flips it in! Oh! Lovely ball in there from Fatawu. Wasn't going for goal. Put it in as a pass, but there was nobody on the far end of it. Yeah, Monga could have been a little bit quicker, but Monga was just stood doing sweet FA. So it's back into Salarchik hands. Salarchik pretty in pink this evening. No, again. I think our last game, I think we had 58 minutes of football out of 90 minutes, but you're paying for 90 minutes of football, but you're not getting it. Can I ask everybody that's in? 61 of people are in at the moment. Could you please, it's free, do me a little bit of a favour and just click that subscribe button. So we've not beaten Pompey since 2004, they were saying earlier. Where is the... We've had a few of our players playing in the internationals. We had Dakova Reed in Jamaica. Obviously, Jordan James just down. Well, he went to London, didn't he, to play for Wales? Isn't it annoying when you can't find something you want to find? Faye's holding up his man there, but Portsmouth still have the ball. Faye's going in for a header. I think he had his head caught, so the referee will hold the game. In fact, there's a Pompey player down as well. Oh, it's taken a bit longer than it didn't look that bad, but obviously with there being head injuries, they're having to check. Very much his old age, Jim. You're not wrong. Hey, I guess what? Tomorrow, talking of Jim, the Panthers, which are his NFL team, are playing. I presume it's in London. I'm guessing either Wembley or Spurs. Yeah, the Jaguars, not the Panthers. The Jaguars. He's going to kill me because I said the Panthers. Both big cats, aren't they? But yeah, the Jaguars, I believe, are over in the UK at the moment. And did you know? I think the clip, which you've probably seen, Jim. What an amazing kick from your player! Is it still a record? Has it just been made the record? Thank you, Aaron. Very kind words indeed. So, if you're watching all the games, who's your club? Who's your club? Yeah, look, Jaguars. I told you. That's it. That's it. Anyway, oh, flip ball over it. This should be James, and he should get it back to Salarchik, which he does. He boots it upfield straight away with his left foot. Headed back at Leicester though, but oh, Ricardo trying to get the ball. Well, he does get the ball back to James in fairness, but he fell over. Now Leicester can break. A bit of space here. Through ball for Fatawu. Fatawu gets on his inside. Clips it over. Oh, no, again. It's too high. It's too high. So, I mean, the cross. He had options to play it shorter. Ah, still impressive though, Jim. Still impressive, I have to say. And I'm not a huge fan of NFL, and I don't understand it. But I tell you what, I've said, Jim, if I'm ever lucky enough to get an invitation off you, good self and Bev, I want you to take me to a Jaguars NFL game. There's the deal. Invite me over to Florida, and I will. I want to go. I want to go. I've never seen an NFL game, and I don't particularly. I wouldn't go to Wembley to see one, but see one in America. I wouldn't mind that. Wouldn't mind that at all. Anyway, let's get back. I've done my little bit of creeping and begging. Let's get back. 0-0. Coming up to 20 minutes on the clock. Leicester crowded out there. Portsmouth have it. Somehow managed to keep hold of it, but now FaZe gets the ball, plays it forward. Leicester can break here now. Can Monga keep it in? Yes, he can. Burst of speed from Monga. Numbers are coming back for Portsmouth. Chipped into the box. Oh, the header there from James, who was he was bundled over. Oh, good play again by Monga. Ricardo with a long shot. Oh, why not try it? We know it. We know he knows where the goal is. That was Winks there, and we know he knows where the goal is as well. Ooh. So Portsmouth from the corner kick, from the goal kick. Sorry. Oh, well taken. With James on the edge of the box, he takes a shot. Oh, good save. He needed to be saved. Oh, There's another corner. We are racking these corners up. I don't like to presume, Jim. I don't like to presume. I'd love to come to Florida. When's the off season? When's it the coolest? Because I unlike Prince Andrew, I do sweat a lot, and it's a chip into the box from James. Oh, it goes out, but Leicester will pump it back in. I'm sure. No, it comes out this far side to James. Can he keep? Oh, well done, James. Took it down and gets another corner. Yeah, this season, Patch out. Short corner this time. Longer. No, it's not. Chipped. Yes, it was. And it's a throw in. Mongo on this side. I've noticed they're doing that, Leicester. They do swap over Fatawu and Monga quite a bit. Seven corners to Leicester. Oh, Fatawu tried to turn there. It was a good effort. It's back in the centre circle in the Pompey half. I'm not sure what's going on there. The referee, has he blown his whistle? No. Not sure what's going on there. Good ball out to Fatawu. Took it well on the line here. Oh, lovely chip. Oh, and another corner, would you believe? Corner number 8 and counting. Look, we've got Carranza in there. We need to be getting the ball to him. Dave Claridge is totally loved by Leicester. Fast! Oh! Fatawu! Fast headed it to Fatawu. It was one of those volleys mid-air. He had to go up and sort of kick it mid-air, but it just went wide. But it's all Leicester at the moment, which I hate to say, because usually when we say it's all Leicester, we concede. Yeah, Steve Claridge, totally, utterly loved, mate. Utterly loved. And I tell you what, if he isn't loved for his whole body, he's certainly loved for his shin. So it's forced back to their goalkeeper, chipping it over. The moment they're defending well. They're defending well, Portsmouth. They're having to because Leicester are probably on top at the moment. And it's into the arms of Stelarczyk from a Thomas head. Vestergaard to Faze. Ooh, gets it back to Stelarczyk. Like I say, Pompey defending well, but Leicester City wasting the balls into the box. All high balls. Andreas, Leicester never do. That's the problem. We never seem to be, when we're on top, we never take advantage. Ricardo throws it back to Faze on this left-hand side. Winks making himself available, gets it back to Stelarczyk. He's got Vestergaard, but he uses... Oh, Leicester player slipped, but he managed to get it back. Stelarczyk, I'm not sure why he didn't use Vestergaard on the far side, but now James is away. Oh, he took the shot, it bounced off, but it's come to Mongo on the far side. Inside the box, now it's outside the box. He's looking for help, he gets it. Cross comes in. Fatawu. Yeah! Alan Ramsey! First goal for Leicester City! 25 minutes! 1-0. Ramsey, the guy we got on loan from Burnley, does it. with an assist from Fatawu. How did that happen? So he came out to Fatawu on this near side, took it down on his right foot. Oh, what a goal! Oh, yes. Volleyed. Right, 1-0 to Leicester. This is what we want. This is what we want. Let's get this. Look, problem is we have never killed a team off, really, apart from Swansea. We need to take advantage and make this count and get a second.
Oh! Back of the net.
That went totally wrong then. I thought I was playing that. Oh, dearie me. Carranza trying to do a bit of defending there. But you heard the music. You heard the music. In the net for Pompey, but was offside. And the Leicester fans are in fine voice. Smash that like, guys, but also, if you don't mind, if you could also subscribe if you're new. That would be absolutely, as the Crankies once said, fandabidozy. 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 Yeah, okay. 1-0 to the Mighty Foxes. I have to say, it was coming. As much as you can ever say that with Leicester. One 0 to the Leicester boys. 1-0. Oh, in fairness to Pompey, they are coming back. Oh, Fatawu taken down. So we are 15 minutes off the break. So is this the first corner to Portsmouth? They get their first corner. So corner comes in to the near post. They've kept it though, Pompey. Chipped back into the box. Oh! Portsmouth have just hit the bar. Bit of luck there for Leicester. I don't know if it was the bar or the upright. Faze boots it up. Bit of an up and under that. I like that in NFL. Let's have a look. Where did it hit? The cross came in. Ricardo, not the best. Oh no, it did hit the bar. It was a good effort. A very good effort. So Larchik wasn't getting to it. Don't forget, we've got a half-time review coming up with Tom as soon as the whistle goes, and I've watered the plants, and we've got the full-time match reaction, which I'm sure if Leicester don't go on to win this, we'll get a little bit fiery. It has dropped. You're quite right. Thank you. Right. Oh! Ramsey's got the taste for this now. I tell you what, I've really been impressed with Ramsey. And not just because he got the goal. So James comes over for another corner. It's in. Oh, and it's a free kick to Portsmouth. Corners, now 9-1 in corners. Leicester, 56.5% of the possession at the moment. XG of 0.78. And Portsmouth XG at this point is 0.04. Ten minutes to half time, plus obviously with any stoppage time on as well. It's interesting to hear the commentators talking about unforced errors, and they're not talking about Leicester. Thank you, Gray. We like to try and get to 50, guys, so come on. 400 quid out to pay out this week to re-sign up to StreamYard to do this. Winks. Oh, a lovely ball through to James. Fatawu. Held on to it a bit too long. Ooh. And another corner to Leicester. You're there. Fatawu stood on the ball. And the players got back. Gray. Oh, thank you, mate. I wasn't hinting or anything, but I do appreciate that. Thank you very much. Don't think that was the best corner he's ever taken. But no, you are a gentleman, sir. Thank you very much. And Neil as well. Mate, I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. I wasn't hinting, but thank you very, very much. And you'd already sent me a super sticker earlier. I think you've sent me 2 super stickers there, Neil. Very generous. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. It all does help the channel. I do. That means a lot. It means a lot. Yeah, I just it doesn't come up like that when I've got my thing full screen, but I just noticed, Tom. Yes, you're a gentleman, Neil, and so are you. So are you, Gray. Chipped into the box, Delorchik jumps up and takes it. Now it's a long ball forward. Oh. No. Is it a free kick? I think it is. So Portsmouth have it just inside their half, and it'll go all the way back to the goalkeeper. Carranza then tries to close him down. Hasn't got quite the speed that Dak has got. But Portsmouth come forward. Lovely ball over the top now to just to the side, to the edge of the box. They chip it in, but Stolarczyk too close to him. Up again. This time he's not quite so quick in clearing the ball. I wonder when the goalkeepers have it. I wonder, Johnny, hi, how you doing? I wonder, Neil, you've not for me to say, but thank you. But I wonder if yeah, of course my modesty permits me from agreeing with you, and I'm a very modest person. No, I appreciate it, mate. Appreciate it. I wonder if the goalkeepers, when they're holding the ball in those positions, actually are going 1, 2, 3 elephant, 4 elephant, 5 elephant, 6 elephant, see if they got the 20 seconds or not. Oh, lovely play by Leicester. Oh, James lost it. Oh, Fatawu. Oh, honestly, it's like watching Brazil, I'll tell you. So it's another corner. Corner number 11, I think we're up to now. James into that. Vestergaard goes down. I must admit, Leicester players aren't particularly shouting for it. And Vestergaard wasn't either. I think the crowd were. Ramsey. Fatawu. So involved. Oh, chips in. It's another corner. I mean, good God. Oh, my goodness gracious me. Oh! And a wink shot there. Oh, good defending by Ricardo, but he can't get away from the Pompey player, and he loses it. Oh, Faye's doing some good defending. So they're still coming at us, Portsmouth. They've not. The heads haven't dropped at all. I've got to say that. "11 shots we've had. It's a throw in. He's going to pump up for a long throw. Oh no, he plays it. Well, he plays it. It is a long throw, but he plays it out and gets it back. The Portsmouth player. Lovely overlap there from them, and good defending again there by Carranza this time. Oh, didn't quite. Leicester didn't actually connect with that ball at all. It's still Pompey. Oh, offside or corner. No, they've just said not sure what the referee's given. The hands went up from the Leicester players. It's a foul. It's a foul. We'll take it. We'll take it every day of the week. Of course we will. He does, Jim. Yeah, he looks dangerous. All you need really is Ying on the other wing. I'm here all day. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And the ball ends up back at Stolarczyk, boots it upfield straight away. It comes straight back at him though, but this time it's off a Portsmouth player, so he can take his time and he'll probably pick the ball up. 3 minutes. 3 minutes of injury time. Shall we bring the injury time back, everybody? Oh! It has been quiet this half. I would have to agree with that. Good Well, I don't know. Where are you, Neil? Are you in the UK? If you are, good evening to Jack and Leland. Guys, you have my sympathy because Neil's your dad, but welcome along. Hopefully, you're both Leicester fans. Leicester come forward again. Nice to have you join us. Oh, Monga, there's a lovely ball through. Monga, not as fast as he has been on that one. Ramsey. Back now with Winks. No, it wasn't. It's back now. Can't see who that's with. Oh, and then it's wasted and over the top. Yeah, Ricardo is drifting. Ricardo is definitely playing that inverted. Been very quiet though, Gray. Throw into Pompey just inside the Leicester half on the far side. We've got less than a minute of normal. Well, say normal. Less than a minute of the 3 that were added on. Well, there might be a few more added on. We don't know. Cheers, Jim. Well, I hope so, yeah. Ricardo, lovely turn. Portsmouth get the throw in. It looks like they've got tyre marks on the shirts. It looks like they've thrown on the floor and they've had a car drive over them. Hinkley massive. It's half time. Just as we're talking Hinkley, I'm going to go and water the flowers. We will be back in a few minutes with Tom, and we will be talking the first half, of which Leicester are leading 1-0.
Listen on your favourite podcast platform or ask your smart speaker to play the podcast Leicester Till I Die.
Subscribe, like, follow, and join in now.
Well, dare I say, for me, probably the best 45 minutes or the best first half of the season so far. And I'm taking into account the Wrexham game.
Yeah, exactly, mate. Yeah. It's going to be a very PG half time for us, which is quite good, really. Bear in mind, Jack and Leyland are watching, obviously, from Hinckley tonight. And thank you to everyone who did all his donations as well. Obviously, like Chris was saying, we're a nice community of an LTIDTV, so it means a lot to us. But yeah, no, really good, mate. Really good, because this is what you're going to get in the Championship, right? Portsmouth are very organised, very quick to get back and get bodies behind the ball, looking to break on you on the counter-attack. And like for my second Jurassic Park quote of the night, life needs to find a way, or life finds a way, right? And Leicester have found a way, and that is we've managed to get in behind them and get a ball across, which is how one way you beat them. The second chance is you have long shots in front of these players, which we've done with James and Fatawu and Winks, and I think we are trying all the right things here, and even the corners are looking really good with the mix of that. So no, I'm delighted. Very well rounded so far.
Yes, and look, I'm going to find fault because that's my job, but overall, like I say, and I'm struggling to find fault. I remember when I used to be a manager of travel agents, and I was in WH Smith at the time, working for WH Smith Travel, and the area manager came round, and he said, like, "Oh, I'm not too happy." I said, "Oh, well, what's wrong?" He said, "Oh, your chairs are facing the wrong way. Put all the chairs to face the other way." And there was two entrances, so I can't see how. And he went out, and I looked at the branch manager, who was in charge of the whole shop. I looked at him and I'm like, he said, "Look, if that's all he can find wrong, then take it, So I'm going to be certainly in that situation. I mean, 54.8% possession, XG of 0.88 compared to their XG of 0.04, 12 shots to their 1, 4 on target, 11 touches in the box to their 9, but 11 corners to their 1. I mean, they are full-time stats, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. Yeah, I mean, and this is what, like you say, the small thing we can take from that as a bit of a negative is only 1-0 up. Like Wayne has just put in the chat there, literally as I said it, like a psychic thing there, Wayne. But yeah, I mean, you'd like to be maybe 2 or 3 up. I mean, Fatawu's come inside and got a couple of shots off, which we know is what he's really good at as well. There was a chance where Monga could have got into the back post a little bit sharper, perhaps, as well, being a little bit more awake to that, especially. Because I think with Carranza in there, you mentioned this in the first half Watchalong, Chris, and you were right. When Carranza goes in there, it changes the dynamic of how we attack. Because before with Mavididi, we'd be cutting inside more, wouldn't we? And having overlaps with Ricardo and players like this. We can't really do that because Yang for them is providing a lot of pace. And what happened, Ricky P got an early yellow card, didn't he? So I think which so now that's limited to what he can do in that attacking element. We can't get caught out there with that player looking so good. So no, it was not. So it's changed how we attack because obviously Carranza's a physical presence is going to drag players and defensive players onto him to create space at the back for Monga to get in there with Fatawu's balls. So he's got to be aware of that as well. So I think that's a big thing. But ultimately, Chris, we're seeing many ways we can score a goal now, which was very limited at the start of the season. I don't know what you're laughing at. I'll get back to you.
I'm laughing at the fact that he's running into the box with Fatawu's balls. I mean, I'm sure Fatawu wouldn't be very happy about that, if I'm honest.
And there was me thinking it was a PG half-time, and Chris came in to lower the vibe once again, ladies and gentlemen. Hit that like...
Always rely on me. But although I never have Fatawu's balls on me. I mean, that is a good point. And in fact, it's like Wayne was, again, reading my notes, because I was going to say, and my next question to you was, is that always that feeling, we've been on top, we've not made it count. I mean, yes, we've got the 1. We wouldn't have got that last season, like I say. But Tom's frozen balls. I've got that feeling, is one going to be enough?
Well, exactly, yeah, because the thing is, they are very good on the counter. They've got pace on the right and left side, not only with their wingers, but also with their fullbacks. Both of them are incredibly pacey players. We've seen them really double up and contribute really well down there. So, like Gray's put there, we can't be complacent. If I was Marty, it's a similar thing to the Wrexham half-time, this, isn't it? The worst-case scenario is you don't come out, you don't, keep going with the same level of intensity and using the same intelligence of what we're trying to do and how we're trying to score, then you're going to get caught out. So we've got to keep going here and make this the 4-0 that I wanted in my prediction, right?
I've got, at 2:33, Ricardo got the yellow card, and I'm like, oh, for God's sake, you're the captain. You should know better. Can we have English, please, in the chat, mate?
I think that's Hamza, and I think that's a good point. Do we need to replace Ricardo with Hamza, Chris?
Oh, Hamza, sorry. Right, okay. I apologise then. Let's come on to that, because
it ties in.
The referee was very whistle happy, but he seems to have improved as the game's gone on. Ricardo possibly took one for the team because the defender was away. Fair enough, mate. Obviously, I didn't know that. And probably took one for the team, but 2.5 minutes into the game, a defender getting a yellow card, you're like, oh, squeaky bum time. I wish we'd got a Luco on, and I'm sorry, I'm not going to even butcher your name. I'm just going to call you Vlog. I would sooner bring a Luco on than Hamza.
Well, I think the thing is with Hamza is a similar pace level to Ricardo, isn't he? I think he's more of a tank than Ricardo, but obviously going forward, he offers that bit less as well. And this is why we've mentioned a Luco as an option, because we know he's got the pace, But I don't think I think Ricardo, we're going to have to consider bringing him off pretty swift this year, because we can't really risk going out to 10 men at 1-0 up, Chris. And also, it's managing Ricardo's legs again, isn't it? So it seems an opportunity. But then Luke Thomas is going to have to do that pushing forward, and Hamza's going to have to sit deeper, right?
Because Ricardo, a lot of the time, I'm not mentioning his name, because he's not involved, because I'm seeing where I'm not expecting him to be where he is.
Well, this is it as well. But that Yang player for them on that side is looking like their danger man, isn't he? He got played through and was offside, so we've got to make sure, in some ways, maybe bring Hamza on swiftish wouldn't be a bad shout, just to keep on him and make sure he doesn't get into difficulties at the back, right?
Well, I did say then, before in the watch-along to Jim, well, if you've got Yang on one side, have you got Ying on the other?
I think, maybe. I mean, maybe they got that on the bench. Let me check my notes here, Chris. No, he's called Kazanovsky.
Oh, the chance of having Ying and Yang in the same team would be brilliant. Couple of players, though, I do want to. I mean, James is all over the place. Let's talk the goal. Ramsey, and not happy with that. He then hit the post, and had a really good shot not long after. But that wasn't an easy. I mean, it was a good cross from Fatawu, one of his better crosses, obviously. But it wasn't easy for Ramsey. He was falling backwards, and it was in the air.
Do you know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of Erling Haaland. You can clip that and we'll get utter banter around the internet from me comparing him to Erling Haaland. But it was an Erling Haaland-esque finish. It was very... Who's that?
Muzzy, is it?
Yes, that is a great shout as well. And actually, we can look at Jordan James and put the same thing out there, because the thing I noticed about Jordan James that half, Chris, we said he's a box-to-box. He's not. He's playing as a roaming playmaker. He is everywhere. He's on the flank. He's in attacking mid. He is playing a much more freer role than just that box-to-box role. And it's really, really making us dangerous at the top end. That is what we've lacked all this season so far.
Yeah. I'm just saying what I'm saying about, obviously, it can't be Luco because he's not on the... And nobody's told me that I can't spell Ramsey, have they?
No, I thought it was a centre-back own goal, because I thought they had a defender called Ramsat, but no, I wasn't going to say nothing.
No. This is the problem. I'm trying to do that at the same time as doing the watch-along. It's not easy. There we go. Updated. Give him his proper name. Now, look, Vlog, I mean, I'm not having a go at Hamza. He's the one on the bench, so if somebody's going to come on for Ricardo, it would be Hamza. And quite rightly, as... Jim says we can't afford another red card, and certainly not one of the defenders.
Yeah, so I think we'll be seeing him pretty swiftish in the second half, because there's no one else on the bench we could put there. And let's also say this, I'm really happy for him that he's made such a positive effect on Bangladesh, the nation, and their football. I think that's great. That's great for football. And good luck, guys. And
I've got to say as well, is I am a big Hamza fan. I just don't like him at right back. I certainly have him as, defensive midfielder, but he's never going to get out of Winks or James out of that position. Yeah. Monga, not his best half. He's not. But then I always feel a little bit like, don't like saying that, and I know Jim's going to, send me a threatening letter. Angry of Leicester. But that one cross, he could have gone early for it, and he didn't. He was stood there, and that kind of delayed things, if you like. He didn't get anywhere near the ball at the end. But I'm going to counterbalance that with the fact that he's got and set such high standards that when he has a game like that, which wasn't, no, then it was bad, but by his standards, it was just a little bit disappointing.
Well, I know what you mean. To be honest, he switched off for a second because, you stood there in a little think, I think. And I'm not having a go at him for that. He's a young lad. He's only 16 years old and he's playing championship football. So he will learn from that. And like you say, he's kind of created his own standard of being as good as he has been so far. But, mate, I mean, the great thing is, look how good he was with the ball at his feet. How many times did he have two players on him in that half? And how many times did he manage to get control, bring it back, play it around the back for Winks to have a long shot or someone else, or then get across it? I mean, you can't argue with it. He's doing a great job there.
Oh, indeed. Fataru's crosses have been a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah, and he's had his opportunities to get his strikes away as well, hasn't he? So, but that's the thing with him, he's going to get marked, and he's going to have to, take chances like that. And I think with him, he's got a bit of a wildness in him, and when his confidence is going, he finds the back of the net more often than not, doesn't he? But I think that is unpredictable for Portsmouth to deal with as well. And let's not forget, we've now got players like Ramsey up there and James waiting on the outside of that box to pick up the second ball, which has made a massive difference to our goal scoring.
And Fataru got the assist as well, so we shouldn't knock it too much. I've got here that Pompey were defending well. They were having to.
Yeah, that's it. Exactly. Yeah, organised.
The things we'll just go back to Fataru. He got the ball. It was a brilliant breakaway. I think it was Winks played an opposition splitting ball through to James. James played it to Fataru, who then stood on the ball.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, like, by then, there's suddenly all these yellow shirts back.
Yeah, well, that's what we've been seeing a lot of, isn't it? I think the interesting thing is, Chris, if you look at the passing through the middle of the pitch as well, especially in a transition, there's sometimes the passes haven't quite been perfect. But the thing I appreciate is they're still making them, and they're still, if not making the perfect pass, they're getting the ball back again. And I was a bit worried we had that negative mindset going into this season if we weren't making those brave passes or being quick enough because we were scared of losing the football. We seem to have got over that little bit of a fear factor amongst that now.
Well, we never got over the halfway line, did we? Players are coming out, mate. I will let you go. I'll see you at full time with JR, with Wayne. Brad might be joining us, I've no idea. Of course, you and me. And I'll see you then. And let's hope this isn't a Wrexham.
Let's hope that indeed, mate. You don't want to see my face, so it will be. 4-0 Leicester. Come on, let's go do this. Come on.
Cheers, mate. All the best.
Cheers, guys.
Okay, so we're getting ready for the second half. Yeah, I didn't really get a chance to talk about it, but the jury's a little bit out on Carranza. So the second half kicks off now. Portsmouth, like that just said there, second half underway. Leicester now kicking towards the cup, which I believe is the south stand. Although Portsmouth they're going to get the first corner of the second half. Now let's hope this isn't a forerunner of what's going to happen. But they have got a corner very earlier. Well, I want him to get. I'd love to see Carranza get a goal. I'd love to see any Leicester player get a goal. But I'm still holding out for Daka coming on and Daka getting a goal for Leicester. Oh, free kick there. Thomas going into the back of the Portsmouth player. No spamming, please, as Gray said there. We get what you're saying about Hamza, but we don't need to read it 450 times. So, free kick. On the near side, Portsmouth, I would say, kicking from left to right in their all yellow and black tie marked tops. Oh, good defending there. Yes, Ricardo got his head on it. Ball comes back in. Oh, chance. Did he get his head on it? Yeah. I think we know that they were going to come out and come at us. A good question there. They were talking about it on the screen. Oh, hang on a second. Oh, Vestergaard left it. Thankfully, Faze was. Faze. Whether Faze actually may have called for it. Yeah, would Portsmouth be a different opposition if Murphy was playing? A bit like, when we didn't have Vardy playing for us. We've just got to ride out this. Just got to, ride out the storm that we're going to see at the start of this half. Not beer, by the way. Had a bit of a liquid lunch. That's a free kick to Portsmouth. Taru giving it away. Met my daughter, my son, and my granddaughter. JR, you're not far wrong there. So throw in here. Luke Thomas got the new ball. He's given an order. It's a long throw over a lot of players, including all the Leicester ones, and it ends up going back to their goalkeeper. It was lovely. It was, especially because I thought my daughter was over from London, and I wasn't expecting my son and granddaughter to be there, so it was absolutely lovely. I am away at the start of November. I'm not sure what the game is I'm going to be missing. Free kick to Pompey. In fact, I might be missing two, if I'm honest with you. Am I missing 2 weeks? Well, I'm certainly missing the full week at the start of November, as I'm in Lanzarote. So I'm going to miss. Yeah, I'm missing Middlesbrough and I'm missing Norwich. And yeah, so I'm going to miss 3 games. Norwich I'm missing on the Saturday. And then I'm going to miss the Derby match because I'm going to be in London seeing both of my daughters. And I love football, but family, as I say, always comes first. No, there's no changes, mate. No changes. No changes from either side at half-time. Ricardo with the throw-in on the far side. Fatawu going to get another throw-in. So Ricardo just stays where he is to take the ball up to take his second throw-in. Oh, Fatawu giving him a quick option, but he goes back to the halfway line. This goes back. Oh, for fuck's sake. Faye's back to Stolarczyk. Wow. I mean, when you're equal with the penalty line and it ends up going back to the goalkeeper. Depends. Well, neither of those games are particularly on telly, I don't think. So when I'm over in Lanzarote, Monga, Thomas, infield, gets it back. Goes back to Vestergaard in our own half in the centre circle. And he'll play it back to Stolarczyk again. And I don't take my laptop with me anyway. I can't be bothered. And I'm going with Ryanair, so got to be careful what I take. Ball goes over the top. And my only laptop that isn't actually hardwired in is a Chromebook, and it's not very easy to do that. Fatu was a busy little guy down that right-hand side. Don't forget we'll be doing a full review, 6 o'clock on Monday. Might well be. If it is, I'll be watching it abroad, but I'm on my holiday, so to be totally honest with you, I do enough, so I'm not going to be doing that. It's an obvious game to be on terrestrial TV, to be honest with you. Yeah, 12:30 kickoff. Oh, a lovely ball through there. I think that was James again. Monga. Thomas gets it across, but it's ends up with the yellow shirt of Portsmouth. 55 minutes, 10 minutes into the second half. Thank you, Gray. I mean, obviously, I love my football, but hey, I love Lanzarote. And my mate obviously does own a flat out there, so it's a very cheap holiday. £44 return for the tickets. And in And December, I'm going to be. I've got my two daughters both live in London. Oh, nice ball. Winks with a surging run. Monger's saying, "Give it to me," and he does. He cuts inside. He runs at the player. Can he get the cross in? Oh, he loses it. He loses it. He left the ball, unfortunately, but Portsmouth are giving it away. Taru. Good. This is a good period of play by Leicester. No, Carranza goes down, doesn't get a thing. Now Portsmouth can break. 3 versus 3. 4 with returning. Can Swift score? 1-1. Should still Archie have done better with that? That all came from Carranza losing the ball. And Yang was the guy that provided the. He's a local lad. First goal for the club. Jacoba Reed is on. Monger is off. Yeah, Portsmouth are definitely the better team in this half. We've been passing back too much. Portsmouth fans are enjoying the fact that we're not singing. Now Leicester, they'll have the ball. Jacoba Reed. Ramsey now. Chips the ball in. Very, very high ball. Yep, so Carranza is off and Daka is on. I have to say, Carranza. Kevin. Carranza hasn't impressed me this game. Very unimpressed with Carranza. Dakova Reed there couldn't get past his player. Free kick to Portsmouth. Yeah, they're just staying here on the telly. In fairness, it was his first touch, guys. Come on, give the ball away again. Now it's a free kick. Yeah, Ricardo. Yeah, got to be careful. You know what? I can actually feel the heat coming through the laptop here from Tom. I can feel his annoyance growing. So. Oof. Oh, that was heading towards the goal. Then it went out, and it was a rosette. So, just out of interest, at the moment, Leicester are sat in fourth, 17 points. And I'll still say that Chowdhury's coming on now. That was a wise decision. They'll be partying in the streets of Bangladesh right now. Chowdhury with the reverse clearance, but Portsmouth still on top at the moment. If you see a team that's going to go ahead here, looking at the game at the moment, there's only one team that's going to score, and that is Pompey. Oh, Valpes boots it clear there. Hamza tried to get his boot in, but he went past him. Oh well, it stayed in. James having to sort of do his defensive duty. Sorry, Thomas doing his defensive duties. It is Richard. It's difficult to try and put a 90-minute performance in, isn't it? 69 in. Smash those likes, guys. Subscribe if you're new as well. Both of those things are free, and they both really do help the channel. Oh. At the moment, Leicester just booting it clear. I mean, we're up to 5 shots now, and they've overtaken us with touches in the box. Oh, Ramsey lost it, but fair play to him. He got it back again. Now, can Leicester respond? Fatawu on the far side. Yes, an overlap. Oh, it's a corner from off Ramsey. Ramsey doing well running up there to support Fatawu. No, Kevin, we're not. Awful was last season. You know, we're sat in 4th at the moment. Not doing a Luton, which was a possibility. Oh. I mean, there's definitely room for improvement, but you can't call this awful. You know, not when you look at last season. Yeah, I mean, they're just saying we're losing ground because of the draws. No, but we've still got 17 points, only 4 points off second, 5 points off Coventry. There was a group of us there on 16, 17 points, but we are where we are. Yeah, Portsmouth fans have woken up. A penalty possible. If you'd gone down, it might have been a penalty. Clear it, Leicester, clear it. Panic stations. Not sure why that flag was up and down. Long ball in then from Portsmouth. 20 minutes to go. This game has totally turned around. Oh, fuck off with this top class sides. Spurs, top class side. Man United, top class sides. Forget outside the top 6, nobody's top class. Look at Leeds, look at Burnley, look at Sunderland. None of them in the bottom 3. I'm fed up with this shit that we were playing top class sides. We were in the Premier League. We were a top class side. It's a load of bollocks. Playing top class sides. Yeah, Southampton who sacked the manager. 2 more changes for Leicester. James is off. Oh. James for Sumare. And are you on for Ramsey? Ooh. Thought Ramsey was having a very good game. I tell you what, Finn, you deserve it in this second half. So Leicester, 13 minutes. 13? No, 18 minutes. Some strange substitutions, I'm not going to lie. To me, we've taken some of our better players off. We've got no substitutes left now either. I mean, Kevin, you're entitled to your opinion, of course you are, and I totally respect that. But keep throwing this while we're playing top-class sides. Once you go outside the top six, nobody there really that's a top-class side that's in the top six. And yet, you know, the three teams that have come up this season, and you look at the players we've got, most of them are the players that we had last season. They are playing better. Now, I think Finn is actually a Pompey supporter. Is he not? These Coventry, they're having a good season. That's what places with them. Oh, Vestergaard cutting the ball out there. Samare, Chowdhury. Winks, lucky there, but he's giving it away. But Samare's got it back. Hamza Chowdhury, back to Winks now. Leicester just need... Portsmouth are not letting us settle on the ball. Oh, Daka, Fatou on the far side. Oh, he's cleared. Leicester enjoying a bit of possession here, but it's whether they can do anything with it. Taru on the far side. The cross comes in. Ayew on the far side. It doesn't come to him, though. Will he let it go out for a throw-in? Yes, he does. Good move there, Ayew. We need an Ayew 94th minute winner, don't we? Yeah, I know what you mean. Oh, Ayew with a shot. Cheers, buddy. I'd added the goal scorer and not updated the score. Wishful thinking, I guess. Thank you, Prashant. That was close. The goalkeeper's fallen badly. The trainer is on. And that will give me a chance to do this.
Watch us on YouTube. Listen on your favourite podcast platform. Or ask your smart speaker to play the podcast Leicester Till I Die.
Subscribe, like, follow, and join in now.
Please do that. And like and subscribe. Do all that poo as well.
Subscribe to our YouTube channel now and make sure you never miss another upload. Leave a like now. Ring the bell and never miss another video.
Do all that. It's all free. Oh, goalkeeper's changing for Portsmouth. Is it? I just hope now then that we're going to pepper the opposition goal. Stays on. We need to test him. I mean, they're saying about gamesmanship, yeah, but not help. I mean, it was Portsmouth who were on top, so by delaying the game, all they're doing is breaking it up for themselves. Oh, Faze gives the ball away with a clearance. Oh, he's going to get a second chance to clear. Now he's running forward. He'll get a free kick. So Thomas to Portsmouth have it again. Oh, fucking hell! Great Pompey move. Thank you, Stolarczyk. You got the AU fan club in. The moment, oh, a long shot, but it was straight down the throat of Stolarczyk. Looks to get it away quickly, then he goes underarm to Vestergaard. How are we doing with the likes, guys? A good tackle there. Oh, and then Fatawu. A good tackle back on Fatawu from the Portsmouth player. Samare and there's a Portsmouth player down. I don't know if that was a foul or just a bit of a follow through. No, he's saying he's lucky, Samare. I don't think that was a yellow card. More subs now for Portsmouth. Definitely Prasant. 56, brilliant. 69 of you in, 56 likes. Go on, it's free and it helps the channel. Out for a corner to Pompey. Portsmouth feel they can go on and win this. The corner on the far side. Remember, kicking towards their own fans. Headed clear. Good header there from Leicester player defender. Oh, a throw into Leicester, I think. Hamza's going over. Thank you, Wayne. Don't know if I dare show up for the post-match. Winks gave it away again. Phased header out. Sumare. A good run from Sumare. Gets it to Fatawu on the far side. What we'd give for a little bit of Fatawu magic. I get nothing because the ball comes off him and it goes out for a Portsmouth throw-in. Yeah, the hype button. I think it's on mobile. I don't know if you can get it on laptops, but do click the hype button. That also helps the channel as well, and that is also free. Thank you very much for reminding us, Wayne. 75 in. Surely we can get to 60 likes, can't we? So it's the defender there for Portsmouth with the upside down head. Thomas forward. Cova Reed back to Thomas. Now Winks. Sumare out to Fatawu. Daka's in the middle. Off! Oh my God. Good Leicester move. Went to Winks. Ended up in the space station. I think it did end up on the top of the stand, that one. Ayew on this near side. He's got a bit of space. Gets the cross in left footed. Oh, it's out from the corner to Leicester. I think he's their man of the match, Ogilvy. Fatawu with the corner now. Of course, James has gone off. Oh no, Fatawu's walking away. We're on 85 minutes. Ayew coming across. Now, he is a good corner taker, Ayew. Puts it down. He's going to be right-footed from the far side. Left hand up. Chipped it in. Oh, it's headed clear. With Hamza out to Ayew again on the side. Fatawu's offering the overlap, but he runs it out. And it's a corner. We've got a corner. Better late pressure from Leicester here. But again, we don't really do much with it. And that's a poor ball. Poor ball into the box from Fatawu. Bit of ping pong ball at the moment. Free kick and yellow card. Yeah, took one for the team there. Number 21, Andre Dazelle for Portsmouth. So it's a short free kick. Hamza out to Fatawu on the far side. Crosses it in, but it's a poor cross. Now, long ball over the top. Tawu was chasing. Apparently, Ogilvy's gone down. I think that's just a bit of clever play by him there. A lovely ball over the top, but Fatawu was marked. Of course, it was a Vestergaard ball up. Now, I think it was a coming together, but the goalkeeper came out and got it. He doesn't seem to be too hurt by his by his earlier injury. And his passing boots as well, Gray. Daka, good win of the ball there. Fatawu into the box. Oh. Seven minutes, ladies and gentlefolk. This game could go. Cheers, guys. This, this could go either way still, this game. So it's Mr. Larchick who took it back from Vestergaard. Got a minute of the 7 so far. 84 viewing. Keep clicking, keep subscribing. Really helps the channel. And like Wayne said earlier, if you can find the hype button, if you can hype it, that would be brilliant. Good ball now. Leicester's a good move from Leicester. But again, not the best of crosses from Fatawu, and I'm fed up with saying that this game. But Ayu's got it on this near side, doing a few step overs. Of course, he's just qualified for the World Cup with Ghana. Gets in the box! Oh! Oh my goodness me. Another player gone down for Portsmouth with a bit of cramp. Atwoo's helping him out. It's nice to see. Yeah, this second half is not. Oh, it's a poor cross there from Portsmouth. It's out. It's a throw in. Quickly taken by Thomas back to Stolarczyk. This is it. We are still the highest placed Premier League team. Ex-Premier League team. Oh, that was a dangerous cross there. Dangerous cross from Pompey, really was. We do. And unfortunately, we haven't got the strike force to do it. And Fatawu, we rely on him a lot, but it's whether he turns up or not. Faze. Thomas. Winks. Chowdhury. Vestergaard. We need a corner. We need him to get on the end of it like he did a couple of weeks ago. Oh, and Ayew. It is a game of two halves. Oh. I mean, Daka went for it, but the goalkeeper went down very bravely. He's getting his first touch. Come on, who's going to get a last-minute winner for us? Ayew. Oh, shoots, but it hits a Pompey player. Back with Winks. This is going to be very... I'm going to go, obviously, I need a break at the end of the game. We'll be back when everybody joins us for the post-match. It's going to be an interesting post-match discussion. Do join us for that. Oh! Oh, Thomas, the ball came in from Chowdhury. And Thomas putting it wide. I mean, no disrespect to Thomas, you don't want him there, do you? You want, AU Dakova Reed. Taru turns. Oh, it's forward to AU. Can he keep it in? Thank God he done. Yes. Come on. This is probably going to be the last chance, and he loses it. And it's a throw into Leicester. Thomas, we need Thomas with a long throw in. And he's got the ball. Vestergaard's going up. Fraser's going up. They're all going up. 97 minutes and 10 seconds. We're over the 7 that's been added on. There it is. Full time. Full time. 1-1, everybody. Join us in a few minutes. We'll be back. Oh, it's going to be a very, very, very lively. But I'm not sure if I can. I'm just going to try and load something up here. We will be back in just a few minutes with the gang, and we will be talking Leicester City 1, Portsmouth 1. I have a feeling it's going to get very lively. We'll be back. Do not go away. Good evening. We we lost 10 viewers waiting for you, Wayne. Where have you been?
Sorry, mate, I clicked on an old link, Chris. Sorry about that.
Did one job.
Was it one for Wrexham?
Welcome along.
Were you drowning your sorrows?
Well, Chris,
let me just say, I'm going to actually, presenting this show, get comfy, I'm going to be presenting this show from here, because I think I'm going to get quite a few brickbacks tonight.
I'll tell you what, Chris, sitting backstage waiting to come on, the music sounded like we were in a funeral home. And I'm thinking, how fitting right now, because we feel like it, don't we?
Well, I got complained when I played the other choice that they give me here on StreamYard because that sounds like Pornhub, apparently.
No, I'm not complaining. I'm just thinking it's almost fitting the mood we're in, because here we drew after totally dominating the first half, and it feels like we're at a funeral because we should have won.
Can I just say, well, let's start with you, Jim. Wrexham Part 2, wasn't it?
It was, and I think it was worse this time, because I really thought we were just gonna knock holes in the back of the net the way that first half was going. I really did. We just dominated, and to totally just disappear in the second half, it's mind blowing.
I agree, Wayne. Is it a case though of we were dominant in the first half because of the way that maybe Portsmouth were playing? We can't get any better at everything in that first half. I thought we were fantastic in that first half. Portsmouth can get better, and they came out at us. And I don't think it's just Leicester that have this problem. I think it's whenever a team is down score-wise, they can only go one way.
Yeah, and the problem is as Tom said at half-time, and he said before in other matches like the Wrexham match, 1-0 up, you can get delusions of grandeur and feel safe. And Marty did say afterwards, he said, I think there's some element of arrogance with the players that thought we'd got the game won because we're on top of the game. And that's definitely like Jim and Tom were obviously waiting to fire off. But that's how it was. I mean, if you won matches on first half stats, we've got 3 points. But to only score one goal from all those chances, but
when you look at the strikers we've got, Ayew is not a proper striker. Carranza was totally disappointing for me in this game, and Daka was Daka.
Yeah, and the thing is with Pompey, I mean, I think tactically he played it brilliantly because Tom thought, they might even really come out and really high presses, but they just dropped off a little bit. But then as soon as the second half came, they really stepped up. And I think it shocked our players and we couldn't deal with it, which kind of what happened in previous games. And you've got to say, Wrexham in this game, that's 4 points we've let drop because we should have won this game really. And I think Marty will be livid.
I'm not arguing with that point. Somebody did say in the chat during the game that, we're rubbish, we're awful. And I will go back to what I said before. That's what we were like last year. And all this sort of, we were playing Premier League teams. I'm sorry, Leeds, Burnley and Sunderland are all proving that you can go up and not sit in the bottom 3.
Is that to me, Chris? I didn't see the start of what you said. Yeah,
Yes.
Sorry, mate. Yeah, you froze at the start. I didn't hear what you said. Yeah, I mean, that's it, isn't it, mate? It's limited resources we've got to work with as well. You look at the players that came on second half, I would say, really, Ayew and actually Sumare today was actually probably the best of the bunch, really. I think Bobby kind of disappeared, and when he comes on that left-hand side, he can't disappear, really. That's a very vital position that you need someone to do something in, right? Obviously, they shifted it when Ayew came on, and he went into the middle and then vanished again. So, it's very remarkable, really. But I'll say this, I look at it like this, right? The first half was one of the best performances we have seen from this football club for a long time. I think they played very well. There was lots of options there. I saw a lot of little things we could have done better. Like we could have pressed their goalkeeper more because his distribution was shocking. So if we'd actually sent a man onto him and put him under some pressure, he would have created us opportunities from their goalkeeper because he would have kicked the ball out half the time and we'd had more chances to get more than the 1-goal lead. And that's the biggest thing for me. Like Gray has just said there, the killer instinct. In that first half, we should have done what Coventry have been doing all season, which Coventry would have been 3 or 4 up. Because they would finish, right? And in that case, then, the second half, mate, that second half wouldn't have mattered, would it? They had 1 goal, 1 opportunity. Don't put yourselves in that position where there is 1 opportunity for a team. And if it's a referee giving away a dodgy penalty and you suffer for it, then you look really silly. And I think they made themselves look a bit silly today. Marty went mad after Wrexham, as I did. I'm not going to go as mad today because I think the first half was a bit better. But I would like to see the attitude change where it's like, look, we had a really good first half, but we're confident enough if they come onto us and press onto us that we could do what we were doing in the first half and be even more effective with it because they're giving us more space. Instead, we got back on our heels. We got very defensive. We got in our heads. And eventually they got the goal that counted.
Jim, I mean, when that goal came along, we'll talk about the actual goal later, but I said in the chat, from that point, I could only see one team going on to win it. And let's be honest as well, 2 points to the question, that, and also you could see that goal coming, couldn't you?
You could. And we as Leicester fans had that same feeling as you once they equalized. We're like, oh, hell, now what's going to happen? They're going to score again. And they were the better team throughout the second half. Whether we took our foot off the gas, whether we were caught unaware that they came out fired up, which we shouldn't have. I think I said it before a few times. I think experience and youth with an experienced team, go back to our championship teams where we had experience play. They'd score a goal. The other team would equalize or we'd go down. It didn't bother them at all. I think this club's got to be able to rally, and they're still looking for their leader. They're still looking for the person to go out there and say, this is bullshit. We don't worry about it. That goal means nothing. We dominated them in the first half, and we will do it again. Now let's go. Now, Marty can say that from the coaching box, but they need someone on the pitch to get them fired up, to be their leader. A leader 2 ways, a leader vocally and a leader on the field. And I'm thinking with this youth, we just haven't had it. I mean, we had so much excitement in the first half, but we just didn't dig our heels in. We're not going to let this happen attitude.
In the first half, we only had 1 youth player on the pitch. So that it's not because of the youth, Jim, because, everybody on that pitch, Monga aside, was playing for us last season.
I understand.
I take it, but
I understand that. But I mean, once again, a lack of a true leader, a lack of someone to come up and put the foot down and say, we're not going to let this happen. I mean, who's going to do it? I mean, Ramsey was exciting with his ball movement and his shooting in the first half. So was James. They were exciting, but are they getting out there and really leading it? I mean, I saw Ramsey at one point screaming for the ball on this end before he got pulled and subbed off because we weren't even getting the ball anymore. So I think somewhere somebody needs to take accountability on the field as a leader.
Tom, you wanted to add something to that?
Yeah, it's just a quick one. And that is, I want to quickly look at Sunderland. Look how well Sunderland are doing this year. What did they do in the summer? They signed Xhaka and put him as captain, didn't they? And they signed a player who's a leader because they felt they lacked leadership, which I felt they did, to be honest. It's very important in January, over what quality of player we get, we buy a leader if we can, or bring up a leader on loan. We need it.
I get what Tom is saying, Wayne, but we're not in that position. Like, we need a striker. We need a 20-goal a season striker. That's going to cost 20 million plus. Kone, I so wish we could have got him, but it was his decision. He wanted to go to stay down south. So it's okay saying, and I get what Tom is saying, but we're not in that position. We didn't spend a penny. And we've thankfully got 2 decent players out of that. Carranza, I'm not sure. We don't know about the goalkeeper. You know, who is he? We've never seen him. And, you know, look, the three players we've got weighing up front, Ayu's not, and I said this at half time to Tom, Ayu's not a striker. Daka is, but Daka's Daka. And Carranza's still got to prove himself. Because I'll tell you something, Carranza, what was he doing on the pitch? Where was he?
Yeah, he wasn't very effective. And like the guys have said, I do think we lack somebody to put the ball in the box, because I think we will get goals from midfield and the wingers, but you can't expect midfield and the wingers to get the majority of the goals throughout as a group. We'll get more goals than the strikers, but your strikers should be getting 20-25 goals a season comfortably at this level. And the leadership side of things, I agree with Tom and Jim. That's what we need, because in the 90 minutes, even if you have a fantastic first half, which we did, the other team will come into the game at some point. Right. It's just sport. But it's then how you deal with it. Okay, they might be on the top 15 minutes. Let's drop back. Let's be a bit solid. And that's when you need the leaders, as the guy said. And that's where, like your KDH, for instance, would influence the game for us. And we've not quite got somebody like KDH. We thought I think JJ might develop into that as he gets, as the season grows. But we've not got anything at the moment. And I think, as the guy says, Marty's doing the best with what we've got. And as you said, Chris, but up front we're struggling. And when things get tough, because they did the high press, and when you do the high press, you've got to pass through them, or you've got to find a way to deal with the high press. And I think what I noticed is Ricky P was giving the ball away and Winks was giving the ball away, and they were flustered by Portsmouth, and they got in the heads and they couldn't regain control of the match. And we lost control of the match, basically.
Yeah.
Somebody said earlier, Jim, and again, I get it. Somebody said earlier that I can't remember what they said. I'm trying to multitask. Right. It's gone out of my mind. Oh, yeah, we should be beating a team like Portsmouth, right? Well, last week, or 2 weeks ago, because it was where the international break, Portsmouth beat Middlesbrough 1-0. Portsmouth also held West Bromwich Albion, who were in the top 10, held them at 1-1. They beat Preston North End, who were 6th, and they beat them 1. They drew. Sorry, what did they do? They beat Preston 1-0. So again, all this, we should be beating teams like Portsmouth. Why should we?
I think for a couple of reasons. Number one, as we came down from the Premier League, we're still considered one of the, you said it, I think, in the Watchalong, we're one of the 4 teams, or someone did, so we're one of the 4 teams that they're looking at of having a strong chance of going back up. So that alone, as the club with experienced players in the Premier League level, should be bringing something more to the table. On the flip side, what you just said proves out that anybody can beat anybody in this championship division. It's unreal. I mean, Coventry, which is just putting goals in bunches, have been beaten. So we should have beaten Portsmouth without a doubt. But this is a wacky division, and the fact that we get a point is a small positive. But the fact that we lost points is going to hurt us more down the line. Yeah, 2. I'm going
to take that point to Tom. And first of all, I want to say to Casper, thank you very much for your kind words. And we do actually have a player rating segment, but that's in tomorrow night's show at 6:00, which is the review show. And we do because we've calmed down a little bit by then, and we give, although having said that, we calmed down once they get arguing about Jordan. I don't know whether we have calmed down or not. And Clivo, you've come out of hospital. I hope the operation is okay, mate. I hope it all went well. Last thing you needed, I suppose, when you just come out of hospital is that. But send us a message, mate. Send us a message. But lovely to see you in, and I hope the surgery at least went well. Tom, look, and I'm going to go back to this point. I'm not going to dig at anybody, Jim, or anybody like that. But when you look at, apart from Monga, and he played a few games last season, then we'll take Carranza out. That's 10 players that were with us last season. 10 players that were fucking awful last season. I do not give this shit that, well, we were playing Premier League teams. Well, believe it or not, last season we were a Premier League team. And Burnley got out, they beat Leeds, so they got out the bottom three. Leeds aren't in the bottom three, and Sunderland are in the top half. So, what Marty is getting out of this team is more than, Rude got out. So, like I said, it to me, if you last season, if I'd have said to you, last season we'll play 10 games, and you know what, we'll win 4 of those, we'll draw 5, and we'll only lose 1. You'd have bitten my cock off, wouldn't you, to get that?
Well, probably not, mate, but maybe use another analogy. But no, I get what you're saying. Look, I'm kind of on Jim's side here a little bit, because I'm going to say this, that in the first half, there were examples of what this team can do when they want to play well. And I saw some very nice silky football. I saw some very good ball control. I saw a team that looked much more comfortable on the ball than Portsmouth did. The problem is a lack of commitment to 90 minutes. And there was times in the second half where I thought Winks, for example, had a very good first half. He made a little bit of a few sloppy passes, but he made up for it with his energy. His energy level dropped in the second half. Then the sloppy passes came, bit of pressure came. When the cross came across where Jakob had to make the really good save, I know we'll get to that as well, but he should have made the block, and he wasn't on it. He wasn't 100% invested. And I think that is the problem here. I think if the players themselves, I think Marty can only get X amount out of them. A lot of them have got to do it for themselves as well. And I think that is the problem. They need to look in the mirror and go, I need 100% out of myself. Some of them probably want to go out the door, let's be honest. And like you say, we're left with that as an attitude challenge, which Marty no doubt will call out like he did against Wrexham. And hopefully they take it on board because it benefits their careers as well, irrelevant if they're Leicester players or not going forward. Sustainability, yeah.
Wayne, yeah.
Just further on from Tom's excellent point, don't forget that, was it Vardy during the championship under Enzo, when we really thought, my God, we're going to blow promotion. He took, without that word and give the heads bang together, we probably wouldn't have got promoted. So it shows you that the attitude, even when you start off fantastically, it can sneak in like, rotten a bad apple in a group. And Marty's got to be careful. He's really got to keep garnering the team spirit and the fighting spirit, because you've got to have it with all 11 players. Because we're meeting, like Tom said, we're meeting a lot of teams that are well organised and they are bloody determined to beat.
We've got the target on our back, haven't we? We are still, out of the 3 teams that have got relegated. Look at Ipswich. I predicted Ipswich. I hate to go to the prediction league, but here we go.
Go, please.
Yeah, you must have had a good week then, Jim. I went for 2-1 Ipswich win, and it was a damn good game last night. But Middlesbrough battered them, and when you're saying Ipswich, Southampton, Leicester, we're going to be the top of the 3 relegated teams. Mm-hmm. You would take that. And I get what you guys are saying. If you take the match on its own, Wayne, it was disappointing. If you take the match on its own, we should have won. We threw it away, depending on the number of points as to whether you're Jim or not. But we threw either 1 or 2 points away. We'll go with the 2. Sorry, Jim. But when you take it out of just the match in itself and look at the bigger picture, again, if we were playing like this last season, we'd have got more points against the lower teams, because we weren't just losing to the top 6, we were losing to the bottom 6 as well. Like we beat Southampton and Ipswich. But you know what I mean? So, to me, sat in 4th after 10 games and 2 international breaks, only losing 1 game, we are now, is it 8 unbeaten we are now? Unbeaten in 8. Look at the matches in its own, but as a whole, we've got to be happy with where we are.
I think we could, but I know Marty was livid after the Wrexham game, and he did say that, was it in that game, one game where he said, I'm sorry, but the amount of chances we had, we should have won this game. And that's those little words. And when you look at the amount of chances, 19 shots, 6 on target, our XG was actually more than the goals we scored. So in other words, the computer says that with all the chances we had, we should have scored 1.38 goals. And yeah, we should have won the game. So I don't think, I get what you're saying, Chris, but I don't think Marty will look at it that way. I think he'll look at it. He's already built a good team. He's sorted the defence out. The midfield's starting to click. But he needs to quickly find a solution to convert a greater percentage of the chances we have. Because if you're getting 19 shots with 6 on target, I'm sorry, he will not be going back and thinking, we did really well then. He'll be thinking, no, 1 goal out of those stats is not good enough.
Stu, I'll come to you in a second, Jim. Stu, we have got a La Liga manager. He's Spanish. Poor draws don't get you up. They don't, but they help. But they also help you not going down. We could have if we'd have not brought Marty in, and we've got the same team that we had last season, less the best of a bad bunch because we sold the best of the bad bunch. We would have done a Luton. I am sure of that. We're still going to get a points deduction, so that's going to drop us down as well. I still do look at this as we will get, it is a point gained, but I'll let you say what you want to say, Jim, and then I've got a question for you.
Okay. Real quick. I think Wayne's right. Marty has to find a way for this team to finish off games, okay? You know darn well a second goal when we were up 1-0, second goal probably would have done it right there. Even I think we could have held them off in the second half, but we would have put them away. Now, that's something that he's got to get the attitude right when we're up, that we've got to finish the game. I, like you, Chris, the last couple of weeks, I was happy we weren't losing. And I think it was the guys on here that said we're losing points every time. And when it comes down to the end of the season, those points are going to be valuable. So we've got to finish games off, especially games against teams like Portsmouth that we should have beat. That was it.
Totally. None of the substitutions changed the game. And I think that sums us up that we haven't got we've got a good starting 11. And we said at the start that was probably with or without Mavrididi, with or without Daka, because Carranza is still an unknown thing. That is probably our strongest 11. But the substitutions that he made, none of them inspired me. I looked at what he was taking off and thinking, why? It's almost, when I look at those subs, Jim, I'm thinking, if it had been the other way around, I would be going, yeah, great subs. Yeah. And it's not that he's making bad subs, it's just he's got nobody to get turned to.
Well, I mean, I was shocked. Yes, I believe the subs didn't make a difference at all. I was shocked he took Ramsey out, even though in the first half between Ramsey and James and Winks, they control the midfield. Their passing, their activeness, their shooting. In the second half, that disappeared. But I still would have kept him on. We were waiting. I just didn't want Ricky P to get another yellow and eventually a red. So I thought Hamza was going to be coming on. A little later than what they brought him on. But even when Ayew came on later, he was really active early when he came on, but we just couldn't get it done. So as a whole, the substitutions didn't make a difference. But to your point and mine, why did he do some of the substitutions? Because I would have hung in there with certainly Ramsey. I don't know. I mean, he's done so well in the first part of this season that every button he's pushed has turned into gold, and just lately he hasn't had those big hits with his substitutions.
Yeah, I could say I can understand him making subs, but I just don't think the subs were there for him. For me, Tom, Ramsey and James, one of those is probably going to get my man of the match. And yet they both got taken off. They're both young.
Yeah.
They've not played for 2 weeks. All right. they've played international football. But let's be honest with you, Wales didn't exactly. Thank you, Casper. Thank you. He has just become a member because I changed Jim's name. I hadn't realised that Jim hadn't got LTID TV in his name, and I have corrected that. He should have always had that in his name. So my apologies, but it's sorted now.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, Casper.
Yeah, appreciate that. I'm not decided which way I'm going yet, but there's certainly, to me, the two best players. Like I said, they're young. Yes, they played international football midweek, but Wales only had to travel to London, let's be honest with you. I'm not sure what the second match was, but, they shouldn't be tired. Like
no.
I said, they're not flying, economy. They're at least business or first, so they can lie down and have a sleep, especially Dakota Reed coming from Jamaica, as I said before. I just didn't get his subs today.
Well, I tell you what, I mean, this might not be a popular answer, but I think it's the logical one. I think there's some sports science involved here because I don't understand any of the reason why you would do it. I really don't. I think we've got a game coming up on Tuesday, haven't we, against Hull? I think there's a lot of that in mind. They obviously have graphs and medical reports, and they kind of know how they can, put players on for X amount of time, right? But this also raises a secondary question for me. Why is Skip on the bench? Why isn't Louis Page? Because Skip is not going to come on. If he does come on, he's useless. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be mean to him. He's obviously not with it for some reason. He's not in favour. He doesn't look happy to be here. We kind of need to do what's right for both parties somewhere down the line if that's the case. But then why isn't Page getting an opportunity? Why isn't Aluko with fresh legs on the bench as well? Because that put us in an awkward position where bringing Hamza on meant we had to change the style of football from the back and made us more susceptible to Yang as well, who was looking like their danger man as well. And Hamza made a few dodgy passes as well and came inside and left Faze exposed as well at one point as well, and we know how that turned out. So I literally think it's a little bit of, let's be a little bit more braver with some of these more youthful legs if that's the case, because we know what we're getting for some of these players, like you say, they're making these substitution decisions.
Are you saying that this guy will never get on the pitch?
If you don't want it, throw it in the rubbish. Nice one.
I'm losing my voice, Chris. I was shouting at the computer so much. I'm trying to nurse it with this Guinness Zero. But thanks for that, mate. Oh my God. I sadly don't think so. Look, I'm not out to get him. I think against Charlton, he had the third highest amount of yardage covered in the game. But for some reason, after that, he's not really featured, and he's not particularly looked like he's happy. We're not particularly happy with him. I would like to work out why that is and try and work out if we can make him useful, because he's our longest contracted player. If he can play the defensive midfield role, for example, and come on and do that, and he's not doing it, fine. That's, but it just doesn't seem like it's on the radar for something. That's because Marty's seeing something. So in which this Page and that, come on.
Yeah. Wayne, I'm going to take Tom's point up there, and I'm actually going to agree 1,000% with him. And we mentioned this at the start of the show. I know, shock horror. But hey, last time you did that, you broke your chair. Be careful. But where are the youngsters? We had Monga on the pitch, Silko Thomas as a substitute, and that's it. Louis Page was starting games at the start of the season. Now, you could argue maybe that's because he wasn't very happy with the likes of Winks and all of those with their attitude. But, Aluko, he can play right back. Quite possibly, Jim. And he's a big player of the youth, is he?
Yeah, I'm surprised about Louis Page because I remember Kingy saying, who was in charge of the kids in the pre-season training and getting the fitness up, he said after one match, he said Louis Page is super intelligent. He can play anywhere basically on the pitch, and you just have to tell him what you require from him tactically once, and he gets it and he applies it. He's just got that intelligence, and he scored 2 goals in one game. So it is a shame. I don't know whether Marty's sort of just catching his breath a little bit with kind of what he's had to do with defence, and he is getting the midfield merging, and we are better. And I suppose it's a good thing that we're disappointed that we only drew a game. But I think he will be disappointed, and I think it's such a massive problem to sort out. And I don't think he's got the personnel to do it, to be honest. But like Tom said, and I would like him to be a bit more braver now. And I think when we made the substitutions, we lost our dynamism, we lost our connectivity. Definitely in the midfield. I mean, when you get like Ricky P and Winks doing wayward passing, not just once, twice, but regularly. Midfield couldn't get hold of the game. And that's where we talked about a leader like KDH would roll his sleeves up and think, right, okay, for the next 5 minutes, because I like Tom follows hockey. Sometimes and Jim NFL. Sometimes you get some people who just think for the next 5 minutes we need to roll our bloody sleeves up.
Yep.
And I think that's what we lack today, and that's something that I hope Marty can sort out. But the younger players.
I was distracted by what Tom was doing kung fu fighting there.
Well, he's right. You've got to show a bit of I mean, that's why I rated Simari so high today, because he surprised me. Because he came in with a crunching tackle, and I was like, well, at least he's coming out and going, right, I'm going to make them a little bit intimidated here, because they were intimidating us. Yeah, exactly my point. And he surprised me because he was one of the better ones. And I'm showing him as an example here of what the others should have done at least. If they haven't got the dynamicism, I can't even say the word, Wayne, but you said it better than I did, my friend. But they haven't got that in them because they're not as put together as a group, then they've got to show a bit of fire and a bit of bite back to these teams, right?
Indeed, Gray.
One thing on top of Tom's is that Ramsey lost the ball. The commentator said, Ramsey's lost the ball, but he's got it back again.
He did.
One thing Ramsey did, they'll say that if you lose the ball, try and get it back as quick as possible. And Ramsey is the ideal midfield football player. He drives forward really quickly. Is intelligent. Even when he had that shot in the first half, he was waiting for Monga to get in a better position to lay the ball off so Monga could have a shot, but he just realised Monga is not going to get in the right position. I will shoot the ball. So his selection of what to do at key times, I think, is really top Premier quality.
From half time to Jim, I couldn't do in a second. From half time to full time, the possessions, and this is from Leicester, went up 54%, well, 55 near us, damn it, at half time, 56 in the second half. So we improved, but not by a lot. Our XG went from 0.88 to 1.3. Again, not a huge improvement. Shots went from 12 to 19. Again, we had less shots. On target from 4 to 6. Touches in the box, 11 to 19. Corners, which we if the game was won by the number of corners you win, we'd have walked it. Only went from 11 to 14. It was totally a game of two halves.
It was. And for whatever reason, like we said, just taking the foot off the gas, players not knowing how to close out the game. I wanted to follow up on Ramsey again. I mentioned earlier, I saw him screaming for the ball by himself in the midfield. This was during that second half where we couldn't seem to connect. We couldn't get the ball out of our own end. But he's screaming, and nobody's marking him. He's screaming. Well, I like that. I like that passion. And that's the kind of stuff we've got to get. It's got to be vocal. But for it to be a tale of two halves, I mean, we've seen too many of those. I think I put in the match, are we ever going to play a complete game? We seem to just have that tale of halves every time.
We do. We just can't get that 90 minutes, can we? And I'm conscious of the time because obviously I was forgetting, what a late kickoff it was. I'm just going to go through these substitutions here because this is annoying me. Like you say, why didn't we have one of the young, exciting players coming on? I'm just wondering whether Marty is limited in who we can bring on. I didn't even see Daka come on, I've got to be honest with you. But the cover read for Monga. Monga had one of his quieter games. I'm sorry, Wayne, but he did have one of his quieter games. But was the cover read ever going to do anything better? Probably not. Daka for Carranza. Well, it's like swapping Miss Piggy for Kermit, isn't it? You're just getting one Muppet and taking another Muppet off. But Carranza wasn't doing anything, so we had to sort of try that. Chowdhury for Ricardo. Yeah, just before that, Ricardo had literally done one tackle foul, then another foul straight away,
Yeah.
and he would have probably got that red. He was lucky he didn't get a second yellow for those two. And as somebody just said before, Hamza is it? Well, Paul said there Hamza's a shoo-in on Tuesday. I think he actually is. Portsmouth was still on top at that point. We were panicking at the back, and then James went off for Soumare, and I'm thinking, what can Soumare offer that James wasn't? I really don't get that. And I am sorry here, Jim. Ayew came on for Ramsey, and different types of play. I don't think it was Ayew's best game, and at one point he managed to open his legs that wide, the pass went through and out for a throw-in. But none of those players, and all joking aside with the Ayews and the Mongers and what have you, but all, like I said, nobody added anything to that game.
Oh, no, I agree. And I told you earlier, I was astounded that they brought Ramsey off and James. I mean, I don't care who came on. They were intricately involved in the first half when everything was going right. They were on the front foot. They were distributing. They were shooting. And they had the mentality that we needed in that second half, at least to try to curb the tide that was going positive in the other direction. But whether Ayew had a good game or not, they just were different players, and Soumare, different players. We needed the dynamic players in Ramsey and James. Those were the two. You're dead on with the other substitutions. Ricky needed to go off, and maybe Manga for Dakova Reed. Dakova Reed had a good goal this year, and maybe he can bring fresh legs. But those two guys, I think it made Winks a lesser player in the second half. So that was just those two subs were just puzzling.
Really, really was. Their goal, Tom, talk me through their goal.
Oh, mate, it was terrible, wasn't it? It's one of those where I look at it and go, why didn't Wout just take the yellow card? Because he literally decided to play a game of chicken with Yang, who'd already been a bit of a problematic player. And if he'd just gone in on him like Wout has done so many times, in the first half, he was doing what he did in the last game, nearly giving himself a concussion by going up for a ball. So he's got it in him, and I was just like, just pack him down at that point. From that position, they're going to have a hard set piece to get in him. We'll probably clear it. It won't be a problem. So I don't understand why he decided just to fall on his arse and just, get, turned over so easily. He's, I was very disappointed in that today. I thought, there's sometimes he can do that, and he's got the dark arts down to be able to do it, and he needed to do it in that moment. As soon as that mistake happened, all the pack of cards fell over, didn't it? Completely. And a lot of it was down to the substitution as well, because I think by then Hamza on at that point. If not, Ricardo still had the yellow card and he was out of position, so that wasn't helpful as well. And they just caught us out. But once again, Chris, I'll go back to this. I mean, I can't really blame Jacob either. I think it was a good strike. Yeah, it's one of those, isn't it? But
I think I'll blame for it.
Yeah,
we were actually in the opposition box. We had the ball.
Carranza
gave it away.
Yeah, this is true. I mean, look, I'm going to be quite soft on Carranza here, because the problem is that we can't really write him off after his first start and maybe one or two sub performances. That we played up how we changed the style of how we were getting balls into the box earlier. I don't think he was the guy getting on the end of the balls in the box, but I think he was causing enough of a nuisance where players were being drawn to him to mark him out, creating space for Mongo, who should have maybe been a little bit more awake if we're being very critical, but he's still young and learning. But once again, it's these fine details that you think if we were 2 or 3 up by half time, we'd have won this game 3-1, because I think that mistake then you can let slide, because you will make a mistake. Every team will make a mistake. Even Man City will make a mistake, Can
I just say, I was expecting a tougher ride than this in this game. I really was. Bailey's great at pointing. Yeah, Wayne, one sec. Yeah, you are the next in the run. I was expecting a lot tougher ride off you three in this game, and I even said during the watch along, I said, if Portsmouth score here and we don't get a win, I'm going to wear a tin hat to the for the post match. You've got a point, Wayne.
Yeah, just with regards to Carranza's mistake, I get that. Then you could say that led to a goal, but to make a mistake where it's just outside their box, how many opportunities have our midfield and defence got to stop that attack and stop them scoring? So that is a regular recurring problem of sides being able to 1, 2, 3, 4 passes and get into the heart of, which is like the fast falling on his arse in the when he backed 20 yards with a defender in a previous game. So I get what you're saying about Carranza, but to lose the ball outside their box, there's still plenty of time. I've listened to other managers when that comment's made and say, look, we've had plenty of opportunities, second, third, fourth phase to intercept and do something about it. Disappointed. I am gutted about this one. I was really dejected after that match, actually. But I thought, no, we need to behave ourselves when we got the post-match.
Well, we need to be realistic.
Yeah, because I know your default setting, Chris, is it's another non-loss, but I don't think Marty will view it that way. I think it will be majorly pissed off.
Yes, he probably will be, and he says the right things to the camera. Let's be honest with you, but I still think there's a little bit at the back of his head that's going, do you know what? I'm doing better than Rude was. And you can only compare, and you're all right, everyone can say we're in the Premier League, we're playing the elite in Europe, like West Ham and Wolves and the top European sides, but we are doing better. That's what I'm saying. But I want a question for you, Wayne. They scored on after 57 minutes. They came out. They were on top. I mean, that first half, I wasn't worried about them scoring. I thought we were, defensively we were good. That second half, my God, were we panicking? It's like somebody's sort of, put a spider underneath a bride's dress. But we were, and I've written down here at 66 minutes, we were just booting it clear. We were and just booting it anywhere to get the ball away.
Yeah, I mean, that big Keane 17-minute save by Stolarczyk. What have I noticed? We took a corner and we only had 4 players in the box. Some of the crosses and some of the passes were going, amateurish passes, really. We'd really lost their heads. And to be honest, we allowed them back into it. I mean, all teams will have phases of a game, even when you're being dominated. So Man City won't dominate a match for 90 minutes when they're at the peak. Teams would have 10 or 15 minutes even against a team like Man United. But I think we lost our heads when it came to that. And one thing I will say is that although we're playing well, would you want, so if we don't go up this season and we have another season in the Championship, would you want Yannick and Faz as 2 of the mainstays in the defence that could get us promoted and transition to the Premier League? No. Would you want Dakar? No. So I think Marty's dealing with a lot of quite still substandard and poor people. When you look at the bench as well, like you said about the bench, Chris, it was quite a poor quality. You look at how many people could come off that bench and really have a dynamic impact in the game, and you look thinking, not many. Yeah. So I think he's doing brilliantly and he's getting more out of the team than Rude did because he's just a better, skillful manager and better manager. But he is still dealing with substandard people that just will not cut it in the Premier League. And I don't think they are nailed on to get his automatic promotion next season. So I think he will be doing quite a bit of rebuilding if he stays.
Yes, I don't. This team isn't going to get automatic promotion. I'm sorry, because we have to take in the. I'm sorry, Tom, but you do have to take in the points deduction that we're going to get. And I did ask Kieran Maguire whether he thinks we'd get a points deduction, and he did say yes. So it is still hovering there. I know you're just waiting for the Marty Cifuentes autobiography, Wayne. That's what you're hoping that will be out before Christmas. you can put it under the other table leg to balance it out. But look, why has this happened? I'll stick with Wayne for this if you don't mind, Jim. Because the point he made. Why is this happening? And sorry, I don't think has anybody referred to Portsmouth as a never ever top flight team? I don't think Sorry?
Played in Europe, didn't the Portsmouth?
Yeah, I don't think anybody has said that. I was referring to teams that were in the Premier League, like the Wolves and the West Hams and Palaces. I wasn't referring to Portsmouth. Portsmouth, they went up above us last time we both got promoted together. But Wayne, if we're saying Marty is this great tactician and what have you. And again, I'm playing devil's advocate here. Why has he let that happen again when it happened against West Ham?
Wrexham, you mean?
Them as well. I've got West Ham on the brain.
You love Potter, Chris, don't you? Any link to Graham Potter, you grab it.
Potter is my monger.
Chris, you should come and see me. They're filming Harry Potter down here at the moment in Devon. Come and have a look.
Are they? I'm on my way.
Yeah.
I'm on my way. Is Emma Watson in it?
No, it's got what's he called? John Lithgow playing Dumbledore, which would be quite interesting. Yeah, it's only down the road. Only down the road. All the villagers are losing their mind. Yeah,
we're going into my favourite film star mode here. But no, Wayne, you mean it happened against Wrexham. Why has he let it happen again?
Well, I think he wasn't happy before, and I think he would have read the riot act. It's a problem. It's a problem, and I think it's like anything. Now it's like you take over somewhere, you try things, and it's only when things get tested you see where the weaknesses are. And I think now he's seeing. Problem. He's done what he can with the midfield. He's got us connecting. He's got the defence okay, but if we took our chances against Wrexham today, we would have had 4 more points.
But we haven't got the players to correct the strikers, have we?
Well, we haven't, but that's the problem he's got to solve. He has got to solve that problem with the players he's got.
And we have to solve it with the academy because we spent all this money on that training facility. We've got no money for players, even if we sell in January. We have to fix it through the academy. That's where the investment has been. I think the second half team, we need to find players who can slot into those Ramsey and James roles because of minutes and legs. And we need to look at people like Page more. I'm sorry to harp on about it, but I think the situation is forcing us to do so. I think having Skip on the bench and just doing nothing and sat there for the entire season, unless we need him in an emergency, it's kind of counterproductive to any positive progress on that now. It's up to Marty for the next game to show maybe a little bit more focus on that to help himself out, because that's where the fans will probably start getting a little bit more angsty, right?
Well, Jim, let me ask you this then. In a season where we weren't expecting an awful lot, to be honest with you, at the start, because we didn't know Marty was going to come in until the very last minute. So on this season, and we are probably going to get a points deduction, do we spend in January, which is it's all the players you get in January, if you're buying them, are usually awful or very much overpriced, because if you're buying in January, the selling club, the selling club knows you're desperate and charge. Now, occasionally you do get a pretty decent loanee in January, Tielemans. Or do you wait and maybe get I don't know how many loanees we're allowed, and say, right, we're going to hang on until the next summer, when next season, the points deduction's out the way. We've said, fuck it off, we've had enough of it, we're going to pay it, we're going to take whatever they give us, and next season, that's when we're going to go for it. And we're just going to consolidate this season.
Good question. And I know the guys thank you. I know the guys will probably have a different spin. We talked earlier today when we were chatting, the three of us, and I told them that was their area of expertise and as far as the business end of it. But from my perspective, sort of what Tom said a minute ago, I would like him to right the ship with what he's got. If you get a good loanee in there, it doesn't cost you, maybe. He's got to get through to the team that he's got. He's got to get some – when the second half starts, not to overanalyze the second half, but he knew they were going to come out firing. He knew Portsmouth was going to come out after us. It's just that if he'd have come out with a plan that said, guys, hang on for a while, I'm going to bring some fresh legs in. When they come in, this is what you need to do. And he could stem that tide of them coming out firing in the second half. I would say going forward at the beginning of the year, I try to hang on with what you got. I mean, the chance it's going to happen with the points deduction, it unfortunately makes these draws where we're losing points even more critical. But I don't know. You're going to get crap out there. I don't see that there's someone out there you're going to get to spend money on. So I would just try to recreate with the academy, with the players, the young players, like Tom said, who aren't on the pitch, not getting the chance, and just try to get through and change the mentality and get a leader on the pitch and just try to go through it. You know, we talked earlier this season. Do we want to go up or do we want to stay down? Do we want to stay down and right the ship, or do we want to jump back up? And I'm convinced now that we need to stay down, right the ship financially, leadership-wise in the front office, and then on the pitch with players. I think Marty has done an excellent job for what he's got. I wouldn't go out there and try to tinker with anything with new players that you're spending money for. I just try to write it with what you had right now. And one more thing that I wanted to say that we were just talking about. I know you expected us to be fired up. Well, we're pissed off. Wayne said he's gutted. I'm pissed off that we let this get away. But we're realistic too with where we are, with what we've had. I mean, certainly we're up near the top of the table. We've let points get away. It pisses us off. But I think realistically, he's still working things out. So if now Brad were here, be a whole different story.
Can I just say there, Jim? Actually sounds like you've been listening to me. Which
I try.
I'm very surprised at. Tom, and I'm going to start rounding this up now because I've got to be up at 6 for the radio show. Ben Nelson, Aluko. Let's have a look at some of the names here. Michael Golding, Silko Thomas, Louis Page.
Jake Evans, Hutchinson as well.
Yeah. Well, those names that I've said are all in the squad because they're on the website.
Yeah.
You know, I could probably say 3 of those players would have had more of an impact when they came on today than those that he brought on.
I think that is part of it, isn't it? I looked at the bench and we said this at the pre-match, didn't we? That, you know, that is probably where the situation is going to force us to in a minute. And look, we're going to have to be patient with it. We said it about Monga earlier. You know, he had a couple of moments today where he looks a little bit switched off. You know, and he'll learn that with a bit more experience. We're going to have to show the patience as fans with that. But the reality is the situation is what it is, isn't it? You know, and, you know, the disappointing thing is that Marty's actually kind of set a pretty good bar here because, you know, we look like when they can click with, especially with James and Ramsey coming in this team, like we could actually do something. We could actually maybe overwhelm teams a bit. It's like you say, that consistency of it, the energy of it. And you just think that's got to come from the players now. And if it isn't, then we've got to bring in players who younger, you'd expect they're probably going to want to put down a marker and earn themselves a big contract next up, right? So I think the situation speaks for itself now going forward, Chris, because right now it's taken us from a potential automatic promotion spot to a potential playoff spot. If there is a points deduction, it takes us from a mid-table to a potential lower mid-table finish, right? So that's the problem, these draws mounting up.
I don't think this is a side that will go down.
Not unless they chuck a 25-point deduction at us or something, which I hope not. But
with a normal sort of deduction of sort of 9 points, I don't think it's going to go down. Carranza, Stephen said there, Daka might be better than Carranza. Look, it's a bit early to judge, but that is the one department we need to sort it out. You're not far off there, Jim. But I don't think he'll bring another striker in because I think he's got Carranza.
Yeah.
And I think he's going to want to give it. Is that the right thing to do, Wayne? Because when you look at it, seems to be now Carranza, Daka, Carranza. Like I said earlier, Miss Piggy Kermit, you know, Gonzo, and I can't think of another one, the Swedish chef. You know what I mean? It's that's the one department we need to finish. And on what I've seen today, and I'm literally, and you're not going to be able to see this, so I'm going to tell you. I actually want to just look at Carranza's stats today. 23 touches he had whilst he was on. Most of those were either side of the halfway line and between the halfway line and the box. He literally hardly... If he pissed in the box, he'd have probably got a higher heat map. What's the point of having a striker if he's not getting in the box? At least Daka was getting in the box. Yeah, he did fuck all when he got the ball, but at least he was in the box.
And interestingly, he's got the same behaviour patterns as Jim's favourite player, Ayew, that all the fans criticised because they're saying, what is he doing going back to the halfway line? We need a striker to stay in the box. So I don't know whether it's a system that Marty. I know Marty. A few times you've seen him from touchline, he was telling people to get in line and because he's big on positioning, isn't he, Marty? So I wouldn't imagine Carranza will be coming that deep if Marty doesn't want him to do it, if he's doing it on a regular basis, because that must be what Marty wants, because definitely Barcelona style is passing, it's pressing, and passing and positioning. I forget there's 3 P's anyway. But obviously, position is important because he says if you're in the right position, when you get the ball, you have a chance to have a direct shot on target. Whereas if you receive the ball and you're not in the correct position, you then have to work to get past the defender. So he's got to be asking Carranza. I'd be gobsmacked if Carranza is, because if he's not, he'd be giving him bollocking for saying coming back too far. So if he's doing it through all that time, I think he is doing it. I just think we do need to play, as Tom said, the youth. We do need to incorporate it more because we need some solutions. And when you looked at the bench, I couldn't see those solutions coming from the bench. That's the trouble that I see. And Marty, he's not stupid. You know, he's far more clever than all of us put together. He must know it. He's just
you 3 maybe, but you know, don't include us all in that.
Yeah, well,
another thing. Throw another P in there.
Sorry,
another P. Pressing. I saw Carranza early in the match pressing on the keeper. And that's one of the things I loved about Jamie Vardy. He just put pressure on the keeper. And I saw Carranza doing that early in the first half. I thought, good. Continue to do that because they'll make a mistake. They'll make a mistake. And then, of course, the second half, there was 0 of it. But
Tony said 10 points worse off than games under Maresca. Yeah, I mean, but look, as good as Maresca was, he had a period when he couldn't win. And we went from being 17 points clear to winning the league by 1 point. So, you know, you've got to remember that.
And he had a proper budget. He was able to spend
Yeah, he had a proper budget. Yes, indeed. I thought you said budgie then. I was going to say, well, what difference does that make? I'm just pulling my face here because I'm just looking at the player ratings. Now, the fans have given their worst player from the Portsmouth fans was Chaplin. I think if you're sending somebody out to play with the stick, then I think you're asking for trouble. Charlie Chaplin? Oh, yeah, all right then. Where for Leicester, keep up, guys, keep up. For Leicester, only 3 of our players actually got more than needed. Last question, Jim, before we go to the man of the match and the ratings and your things that we've discovered. Are we relying too much on Fatawu?
I don't think so. Because what I saw during the first half, the teams that we play know how good that left foot is. They know that if they give him a second too much, he's going to bury it, and he'll make that keeper look silly. What I think we can do with him is we need to get Manga and Carranza in the first half, knowing that ball's coming, and if he's not shooting on goal, he's putting the ball to them. And early it was mixing it up. But I think there were times where I didn't see Manga or Carranza being ready to receive it, or at least it coming in. So I think if he mixes it up, I love to see him. If he can beat the guy and step inward like he scored those miraculous goals, continue to shoot, but also maybe lay it off and have the guys ready. It's kind of like in basketball. If you're driving down the lane and the defender comes at you, somebody's just waiting to receive the ball. So I think we can utilize him with either delivering that pass or just shooting on goal.
Indeed, Tony. I mean, I know. I've only got Coke Lime here. I know Tom is drinking Guinness Zero. I don't know what you've been drinking. Time to bring in Ange. Really? Yeah, he won the Europa League, which is a second-tier championship, European competition. But he got Tottenham. If the 3 teams that gone up this season had gone up last season, and it won Leicester, Ipswich, and Southampton weren't so bad, they'd have got relegated. That is the only thing that is keeping me reasonably happy today is that despite the match, Forest are in the shit, they're in the relegation zone, and they've sacked the manager after literally 38 days in charge. I do find that extremely, extremely funny.
I'd love if they hired Brendan now and Lounge went back to Celtic. Get Brendan for us to really make our year.
Football, that is.
Right, I'm going to start winding this up now because it is 5 to 11, and I know you guys are all going to have a lie in, and Jim's off to spend the rest of the day enjoying himself. I'm going to go off to bed because I'm up at 6 in the morning, and I've got to download the Dallas theme tune. So what I'm going to go around is performance. Jim.
I would say a 6. Only because the first half was so electric. It's almost like I felt like giving a 5 because of a tale of two halves, but I'll go with a 6.
Can I just say, I'm not saying that this is, we should read anything into this, but your Leicester flag's just half fallen down.
I know.
That was perfect timing, wasn't it? You say a 6, the Leicester flag dropped.
Right. I mean 5.
Can I just say, it's not only Theresa May that has problems with things falling off the screen behind her. Tom.
I'm with Jim. I'm going to go for it a 6. I was tempted with a 5, but I'm going to give it a 6 because I think the first half was pretty good, and I think second half, we were terrible. But there was enough there in the first half, and we can reinforce it to go. This can turn into a 7 and 8 if we start scoring more than one goal in the first half.
Yeah. Wayne.
Yeah, I really don't want to agree with Tom and Jim, but I have to this time. 6, same as the guys, really. I think if we just click, if we make better connections, it is coming. Goals. But it's a 6 because we've been at this level now for 3 weeks. So we've been able to do this 3 weeks. So Marty's got to develop it further now.
Well,
it will be 6 for the next month.
I could make it a full house and go 6, but I don't want to do that. I'm trying to think what the game shows that we don't want to. Oh, that was Chris Tarrant on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. I'm actually be interested to see your reaction when I say this. I'm actually going to give them a Tom. I'm going to give them a 5 because that first half was brilliant. The second half was awful, and I think if you, I don't know what you.
I was going to say, does that mean you gave them a 10 for the first half and a 0 for the second? That makes a 5.
It's a book. It's a film. 3 words. Yeah, I'm sorry. I think all the good work they did in the first half was wasted in the second half.
That's fair.
And I think when I look at, I know I didn't do that for the Wrexham game, but for me, Marty shouldn't have allowed this to happen. When he's seen it happen against Wrexham, and then he put it right against Swansea. Maybe it's just the home games he's struggling with. So, yeah, I've gone 5.
Hold on, Chris. You told us we can't grade with counting Marty into it. It's got to be the player. So it's not the coach's performance, the manager.
Yeah,
the players on that.
Yeah, the players were bloody awful in the second half. That's what I'm saying.
All right.
Don't you start, JR.
That's devil's advocate. I was wondering what that was when you did it during the watch-along. I got it. I'm wondering who the hell's JR? I'm looking at all the names that are chat line. I'm like, where's he going?
It's your email address. It starts JR. And that's how I find you in my list of emails. I just type JR and you pop up.
As long as you keep finding me, I'm all right. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. I have written my man of the match down. We haven't had the official one in yet. I'm guessing that he's gone home for a warm cup of tea, Alan, so we'll probably get that tomorrow. Jim, your man of the match.
Was down to 2, Ramsey and James, and I'm going to go with Ramsey. I thought he came with a lot to prove. he let his new team down with his very first game and had to sit and watch. I think he came out and was electric. And I think we all realized real quick that he's going to fill a good role for us. So I said Aaron Ramsey.
Quick question, Jim. How's Sue Ellen?
Sue Ellen. Sue Ellen's, she's fine. Just not as fine looking as she was in the 80s. Then again, neither are we.
Chris would say no.
This is very sad that I remember all of these, but my wife I remember once we went out to play tennis, and it was like a 20-minute walk from where we lived to the tennis court. We got to the tennis courts, and she realised back in the day that she hadn't set the VCR to record Dallas, and I had to walk all the way back for her to press record and then walk all the way back. Believe it or not, she beat me that night. I was absolutely knackered. And of course, it was Terry Wogan's favourite programme as well, with the old Poison Dwarf, And Bobby as well. Bobby, who had the longest dream ever in TV history. Anyway, moving on from, we'll get on to Knots Landing next, and Dynasty, whatever you want to call it. Tom, let's get back to football. Your player of the match.
Jordan James again. I mean, I was really impressed by someone who's in a box-to-box role, how he ended up being more of a roaming playmaker for us. So he came out to the wing, got in behind the forwards, also became a second striker at times, also knew when to drop back and support wings. I think he was the everyman. But I completely agree with Jim. It was between him and Ramsey, but we'd like to have it from a 90-minute performance from someone rather than 45 to 50,
Yeah.
James.
I think James and Ramsey, both of those deserve to play the full 90.
Yeah.
And the fact that they're getting these comments when they got taken off with the sort of 20 minutes or whatever it was to go probably speaks volumes.
Can you send this transcript to Marty? Can he get this clip so he knows what we're thinking?
Oh, they're watching.
They're watching. Tom, whether somebody at Leicester City Football Club is actually watching these.
Let's be honest, guys.
No. We won't say anything, but I do wonder from what you were saying. Wayne, your man of the match.
Yeah, Ramsey. It's interesting. Jim is almost giving Jordan James man of the match, but he keeps getting taken off. But Ramsey, I mean, his penetrating runs in the box, his competitive spirit in wanting, give me the ball. Yep. That is just fantastic. And that is something. That's only his first game back, really. It's only his second game. His first one, he got sent off after 20 odd minutes. So, and his intelligence.
He wasn't as involved either, was he?
No, but his intelligence when he gets in the box as well, you can tell he's able to make the decision whether to pass the ball or shoot in an instant, and it's normally the right decision. So it's very exciting going forward. I think if he stays with us and stays fit, I can see him getting over 10 goals, 12 goals this season. So it's definitely
we haven't got an option to buy with him. I agree with one of you or two of you, whatever, but I agree with the two names that have been bandied about. Oh, beg, Tom. Let me see you beg. Go on, beg for it.
I ain't begging for nothing, mate. All I'm thinking is I got an hour till my next game kicks off for my sporting team. So hurry up.
Well, I'm getting excited because the Jaguars, not the Panthers, the Jaguars are playing at Wembley this. I don't know when. Was it today they were playing?
No, they're playing tomorrow. It'll be 2:30 p.m. your time.
Channel 5 is showing it.
No, they'll play tomorrow. It's 9:30 our time. It's 14:30 or 2:30 p.m. your time.
Okay.
Live on Channel 5, guys. Live on Channel 5, free television.
Live on 5.
Yes.
Finish your radio show, Chris, then have a little siesta and then get up and watch the Jaguars.
There you go, Chris.
Oh, hang on. What day is it? It is Sunday tomorrow. Sorry, I was thinking it was Monday tomorrow. Sorry, no, Sunday tomorrow. Quite right. And if you can't watch the Jaguars, watch the Panthers. That's all I'm saying. But I do agree with. I did think about going for AU because I think he deserves the love and Joking. I'm joking. Even Jim pulled his face at that.
What a joke.
Ramsey for me was my man of the match. Yes, he scored a goal, and I'm not giving it to him just because he scored the goal. He obviously feels he's got a lot to make up with the, to the team. He hit the post as well, I believe, didn't he? And like you say, he wanted the ball. He didn't always get it, but he wanted the ball. Interestingly, on the fans that voted on the BBC website, our player of the match was Ramsey at 6.8. And Gray says he'll be watching. And the problem is, I suppose actually, I could do the radio show, and I usually go back to bed when I've done the radio show, but I could actually watch that, and that'll help me sleep.
Oh, I knew you were going there.
Don't like to disappoint you, Jim. Although, like I say, if I ever get to Florida, I want you to take me to a live match. That's all I'm saying.
When you begged on the watch-along, I said, yes, you're always welcome. I thought it was Wayne talking.
I was begging. I'm not going to deny that. I was begging.
He's taking me to ice hockey. I got the better end of the deal.
You're always. I told you that, Chris, when we were over there. Anyway,
Indeed.
Let's move on.
Indeed. So the Leicester fans did pick Ramsey and Fatawu. Both of them got 6.08. Fatawu not his best of games by any stretch of the imagination. I think they're still getting the balls out of the canal from his efforts. Interestingly, on whoscored.com, where they pick they give the scores to all the players, the whole man of the match was a Leicester player. And I'm going to give you all one guess. Jim, who do you think they gave it to?
I would say Ramsey.
Okay. Tom?
I'll go with James and back myself, James.
Wayne?
Ramsey.
Ramsey got 7.2, as indeed did Yin Yang. He got 7.2 as well. But no, with a score of 7.4. And you may have seen my jaw drop earlier, and that's what I was looking at when I went on to that.
Thank you.
No way. It was the Great Dane himself, Yannick Vestergaard.
Oh, okay.
I don't get it.
They're drinking Guinness.
He got 7.4. Ramsey got 7.2. James got 6.9. Fatawu got 7.4, the same, but didn't get the man of the match. The star award goes to Vestergaard. Whoscored.com, were you watching a different game? Had you picked up the highlights of another game?
Go around there, go to the offices and take all the absinthe bottles away.
Yes, I'm going to say, if you don't get it right next week, I'm sending Jim round. Talking of sending Jim round, Jim, your 3 things that you've learnt this week.
All right. Some of them are obvious that we've already talked about, but I wrote them down. We found Ramsey and James are going to be an active part of our midfield from this day on, and they should play 90 minutes. So those are great findings for us, and that's going to be something to look forward to going forward. We found out that we needed a leader on the team. We absolutely do. We still believe that Marty's doing his job, and he's still adjusting and tweaking and modifying. But the one thing he's got to do is he's got to find someone that's a leader while they're on the field. And the last thing is we are staring at points deductions. And even though we were gutted, even though we were pissed, even though we were upset that we didn't win, we still are in a decent spot. We just need to fix the little things and go forward and have patience. This is not we're going down. This is we're going to fix things and be competitive so that we set ourselves up for next year.
Can I just say, Jim, I was surprised that you didn't have one for me this week. That's the first time I've not been included in your. I was expecting that the thing we learned was Chris was a huge Dallas fan. but you didn't say it. Too late now.
Sorry.
And secondly, I agree 100% with all of those points, especially the last one. Sorry, Tom, about the deduction.
Chris agreed with me. That's something right there.
Yeah, no, I agree 100% with you on that one. Right, guys, thank you very much. Look, there's another 7:45 kickoff on Tuesday. I don't know if you're all going to be free for that. Yeah, we've got a thumbs up. Nice one. So, guys, we'll be back 6 o'clock tomorrow, and we will be doing the review when we'll be rating the players ourselves. We'll be back at 9 o'clock for the roundup with Tom. And we've got a new show coming out as well, just crossing the T's and dotting the I's, which is the Top 10 show, which is going to be interesting. And I'm going to be joined on that by Dan, the Burnley fan, the result of my online sperm donation. Those of you that know it, my online son. Hello, Mrs. Riley, if you're watching. But we don't know. That's just going to be dropped in every now and again. The match is on Tuesday, so there'll be no preview or anything like that. We just haven't got time to fit it in. Have a good night, guys. Yeah, look, disappointing. We didn't lose. That's the main thing. And I've got to say, guys, like the video, subscribe, share it if you know anybody who's a Leicester fan that doesn't know about us. And what is it, Wayne? Hype it.
What?
Hype it.
Hype.
Oh, yes, hype button, yeah. So when you go comment, you can swipe left, and then the hype appears. It's not, when you look at the thing, it's not actually visible.
Oh, okay.
You've got to hype it up. We got to hype it up. Sorry.
Swipe left, hype it. Yeah.
Is that on laptops or is it just on mobiles?
Sorry.
Is
Well,
that
it's definitely on your mobile.
Or just mobile?
Definitely on your mobile.
Yes, yeah.
Because sometimes, even if you're watching on television, you just get it on your phone and you can hype it. Yeah.
There you go. Guys, thank you very much. Thanks to everybody that's been in the chat. I think we're going to have some good viewing figures today. And I will see Tom tomorrow, and I'll see Jim and Wayne, and see if we're still agreeing and being nice to each other on Tuesday. Thanks very much, everybody. Good night. Have a good night's sleep.
Thanks for watching. These videos are tremendous. You better like them too, or I'll be back.
This podcast is proud to be part of the TalkSport Fan Network. TalkSport. Powered by fans.
That will conclude this evening's entertainment.